Hello, friends, and welcome. April 21st, 2025, Virtual Strangers, back one more time. I, of course, am your host, Wes. With me, as always, are my good friends, D, Looper, and Roots. Roots, welcome back.
We did it. It's only, I feel like it's been like 7,000 years. But then again, I also feel like time is flying, which is kind of pissing me off because we're not in winter anymore, Wes. And when it's flying by in winter, that's fine. And it's now spring/summer. It needs to slow the fuck down and let me enjoy my summertime.
It's never okay. It's the way time goes these days. It's not cool. I don't care if it's winter or summer or any time in between. I want my time back. But it seems like it's gone forever, man. We're back again for Game of the Month, and I don't know. I've ever been so
months.
Game of the Months. You're right.
Yeah.
Game of the Months. I don't know if I've ever been so ill prepared for an episode. Like, we've got this long list of games here, and honestly, if you would have asked me an hour ago, like, do you want to go today or you want to put it off another week? I would have been, let's just give another week. That way I can finish out playing these games. But you know what, man? We're already at the end of April doing Game of the Month for February and March. We had to go, right? It's like it's go time.
And it wouldn't have changed anything. You're so busy that next week you would have been like, fuck, man. Like, I need a little bit more time. I'm kind of in the same boat. Like, I'm kind of glad we were going to go yesterday, and we all agreed that we all needed more time. And I was able to get in a lot of games. Otherwise, I was going to be in the same boat. So I kind of feel like you're in my position as that I'm usually in, ill prepared.
Yeah.
And yeah, Wes. But I'll tell you what you did go into, you're probably going to have more to say about than most of us. So.
Yeah, that's my problem because I did start early yesterday, even a little bit the day before, but mostly yesterday, playing through the list. And unlike you guys, like, I didn't play anything I didn't enjoy. Like, I was having fun in all of them and didn't want to stop playing any of them, the ones that I played. Now, with that said, I did kind of start at the top of the list. Okay, I want to play this one the most. Let's look at that one. I want to play this one the second most. So, like, the ones that I was unsure about, they were way at the bottom of the list, and I never got to those. And we're going to find out from Looper and D here, which are the good ones I missed out on and which are the bad ones. So thank you two for being here and giving this episode some legitimacy, because I feel like if you weren't here, like, we couldn't do this anymore. So thanks, guys, for being here. Yeah, man. But you're wrong about one thing, Roots. I want to say, you said if we had another week, it probably wouldn't make any difference. I think it would. And the reason why is because I'm tired of not playing VR. And I'm just going to do it, man. I'm just going to do it whether I have time to do it or not. Like,
Force yourself.
I've had this graphics card in my PC for, I think, a couple weeks now. I haven't played a game on it yet. I haven't even booted up anything on it at all. And
what are you doing, man?
Fuck that, right? Fuck that. Yeah. So I think I'm just going to I'm going to put the live streams up. I'm going to make YouTube pages for them, and
just start doing them.
I'll just have to do it, man. Like, screw not playing VR. It's a miserable existence. What good is working in VR if you don't ever have time to play any VR? So I think I'm just going to do it. Screw it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's the way to do it. Just make the pages, get them all ready to go, get everything lined up, and then enjoy that 5090. Like, Wes, you have the best video card that exists for consumers right now. We need to use that shit, dude.
That's the cruel joke of my existence, is that the minute that I get the ultimate rig, I can't play games.
Well, it's better than having all the time in the world and not being able to do it because your computer sucks. That would suck too.
That's true. That's true. Looper, how frustrating was it to have to wait on us to get ready to do this episode? I know we've we've balked like a couple weeks in a row, like we were going to do it, but ultimately ended up postponing again.
No, no, it's fine. It's good that we doing it now because otherwise it would be game of the quarter, you know.
Yeah, game of the quarter. That might be what we need to do anyway. Might be what we need to do anyway. Uh, just joking, of course, being facetious. But D, I mean, I think an episode every 3 months is doable for us, right? Like we can still pull that off.
We could, but you know what? That D forgets how to upload these things to freaking Spotify, dude.
Yeah, plus people
That's
get
alright.
bored, they disappear. You know.
People crave virtual strangers, man.
Rondo says
Oh,
good
give
luck
them
with the
their fix.
NVIDIA drivers. You know, I actually saw something about that. Was it Jay's 2 cents or somebody made a video saying that the drivers are all wonky or it's doing. I didn't click on it because I don't have a 5,000 card series and it doesn't seem to be affecting me at all. So I'm just like, you know, I've been through that shit when I was on. You know what I mean? The last series, it'll all even out, but I don't know what's going on. And Rondo says 24-hour stream.
Okay, sure. I mean, I'd love to be able to do that.
Like I don't have
That
time to
one
stream it
never
all, but yeah,
happened.
let me get a 24-hour stream in, right?
I will say this: one of the games on the stream list is Legendary Tales,
Ooh,
and I think that I'm going to be doing that one relatively soon, because we're going to tie it into a fundraiser
ooh,
on without parole.
that's
So
awesome.
we're trying to raise funds to be able to go to the GameCat meetup in a few weeks. Looper, are you going to the PAX this year?
Sure, all booked like half a year ago.
I haven't booked it yet. I got my press pass taken care of, and I
Damn.
did go get a real ID a couple
good.
of weeks ago so that I can fly.
Thank God. Yeah, people need to do that. I know I was happy when I realized they rolled me in. I had to get a new license during COVID, which kind of sucked. But, you know, that was after the real ID shit was passed. So mine's real ID. Good to go.
But here's the thing, man. Like, I didn't have it, and there were some issues with some of my documentation that was required to get it. And I didn't know if I was going to get one. I
Ooh.
thought they might send me packing. And the thing is like this Real ID thing takes effect on like the 8th of next month, and I think I fly on like the 9th or 10th or something like that. So it's just going to be just in the window to where you have to have this thing. So I went up last week not knowing if I was even going to be able to fly. So I haven't booked anything. And luckily, the officials here in Kentucky don't pay that much attention to detail, and they saw no issues with the stuff that I brought in. So,
Oh, nice.
I've got my real ID. Everything's good.
I like to
And,
say that
now-
God gives you favor and just had them oversee that stuff, which is good.
But it is fucking expensive. It's like more than twice as much to go this year than it was last year. So we are trying to raise funds for it, and I think my Legendary Tales stream is going to tie into our whole fundraising effort. You guys will hear more about that soon. One other thing I want to talk about before we get this show on the road is the PlayStation blog. Many of you know I have a couple of blog posts up on there that I wrote myself. And our good friend Miles Dyer has been keeping track of the stats on it. He's a social media manager where I work in Impact Reality. It's his job to know these things. And according to him, the most liked post on the PlayStation blog is the announcement of Astrobot. The betrayal that you all remember when Astrobot was announced and had no VR support announced with it. But the number 2 most popular blog post by likes is the Flat to VR Studios blog post that we did last month. where we revealed Postal 2 and talked some more about RoboQuest and announced a handful of other titles that we're publishing. We're only like we're less than 20 likes away from overtaking the bastard Astrobot post. So I thought I'd bring it up on here while we're live. And if you'll bear with me just a moment, I'll get a link. And if we could just have a few people go in and like that blog post for us and help us overtake the evil Astrobot.
Only need a few dozen.
A few dozen? Oh, no,
Well, that's what you were saying, right? You said it was 20?
About 20, yeah.
Yeah. Only need a few dozen.
Less than 20.
So.
Less than 20. It was like, yeah. So I'm going to drop the link in the chat right now. And if any of you PSVR gamers wouldn't mind going and liking that and showing the assholes at Sony that VR does matter and that there are people out there playing these games, it would be much appreciated.
I'll tell you what, I was looking at the list of games for February and March for the game of the month. And maybe it's just the ones that we deemed. I don't know what else came out, but I'm like, fuck, man. No wonder why everybody's going crazy on that forum. Like, please bring some games into VR. Because Sony's not doing it, you know?
Well, you're not kidding. With the last couple of months on PSVR, there have not been many. Now, you are right. I have omitted some shitty games that do not deserve to have their name uttered on our air. But yeah, between the 2 months, there are 3 PSVR 2 titles that we're going to be talking about today, which is pretty incredible. I'm sorry?
I mean, one of them may be counted as 3.
Oh, I guess that's true. The Hitman game is a trilogy.
Yeah. True, but I know that there's 3 games, and I know maybe I'm different than everybody else, but I've never gone into any of the other games, you know, like the first or the second. I've always gone into the third one every time. I have access to these other games, all these other levels, and I've never gone into them. And I can't imagine I'm the only one that I'm that unique. Now, of course, Luper's probably been into every single one, but you know, I don't know.
Everyone plays Paris, everyone plays Sapienza. No, it's just your roots.
Actually, I'm exactly the opposite. I go in and play Hitman 1 every time because I don't want to spoil the story, so I start at the beginning and work forward with it.
I've gone in there like how many times has this game came out, and we've covered it every time. And I've gone in for a good amount of time each time, and I couldn't tell you one bit of what the story was about. Not one bit. So I don't think it would matter for me. But I get what because you are kind of a completionist, so or at least you want to be if you have time.
Once was. It's my nature to be. Anyways, so thanks to anyone and everyone who clicked on the PlayStation blog and liked it. I'll try to remember to put it in the description too, so that people who are watching later can get in and help us out. Miles wanted me to just sit here and make people do it, like not move on until people.
Well, we're giving them enough time. They should be in there. I'm surprised. I'd be shocked if we don't do this. I'm gonna be pissed. And Radio Runt's here. Radio Run, have you used your 5090? Because Wes has not used his 5090 yet. And Radio Runt may be in the same boat, Wes.
Oh, yeah?
I don't know. I haven't heard him saying much about what he's been playing. So.
If it was like me, I had to hold on to this thing for a while before I had time to install it because I had to switch, the power supply too. And Radio Runt says the 5090 rocks. He's been playing Demio on it. I don't know. I'm just talking shit.
I've been debating. I've been looking at this card. I've been debating getting a cheap card and selling it and investing it into crypto because it's about to take off. At some point, I don't know. It's worth a lot of money. So.
It is worth a lot of money. That is true. Okay. So I guess we probably should get the show underway because we have a lot of games to talk about. And even though I'm not going to have a lot to say about many of them, there's still, close to 20 titles here for us to cover. And we don't want to do another 4-hour episode like we had last time.
Right.
That we did this.
Yeah, because we got two people that have a hard outs.
That's better than having a hard on.
Yeah.
Not really. I guess some people would say it's better than not.
Well, sure.
Whatever. Let's say hello to our friends in chat. It has been a while since we've been on the air, and I'm glad to see some people haven't forgotten us. People like Radio Runt said he played Hot Wheels in UEVR, and yes, he has been playing Demio on it. Of course he has. Mark Pringlesleaf is here. Watt Marin is here. Matt Warren in the house. Mark Pringlesleaf, Mad Vegan. Chris. What's up, Chris? Jay, the foveated rendered game cat, is here. VR SpryGuy is here. D, of course, is here. Grandpa Barbecuer the Game Cat. Inferno 9. Scott the PSVR Game Cat for life. Says, I've completed the trilogy in VR from start to finish on PSVR and can't wait to play it all again on PSVR 2. It's beautiful. It really is great. And we're going to talk about that. I was about to go into the whole deal right now, but we're going to talk about that in a little while. Game Cat Behemoth is here. Awesome Tatum as well. What's up, Tatum? Brondo. Word is that driver 566.36 from December 5th is still the most stable per Steve Gamers Nexus. I wonder how difficult it is to roll back drivers, because I know my driver is definitely more recent than that. Although I have heard that some of the VR stuff has gotten better with the later drivers, so I'm not sure I'm going to need to roll back. Who else is here? Inferno 9, Hooked Worm, the Game Cat is here, the Hoosier Game Cat. Space Denizen, what's up? Good to see you. Who else? JLW99, what's up? FNCS Kieran, hello Kieran, thanks for stopping by. Johnny Rypop, what's up Rypop? Thanks for being here. Salvador is here, of course. Hello. 12, the Backlog Game Cat, says that he'll be bouncing in and out. You know who loves it when you bounce in and out, Roots?
My mom! She does.
She does.
So she do it bouncing quick, really fast.
Sometimes she likes it fast. Sometimes
That's true. That's true.
So the true experienced warrior knows how to mix it up.
Keep her on our toes.
That's right. Philosix is here. What's up, Philosix? Berber Cat is here. What up? Four Wheelin and Gabriel 004. And that, my friends, is the tippy top. Who do we have as slippies today? Techno Glitch slipping in. Hamoud slipping in as well. Simplex is here. What's up, Simplex? And is that everyone?
Hussein X, I think, also.
Oh, did I miss
Slippy.
Hussein X?
Yeah, he says hello all right after Simplex.
I don't see. Oh yeah, there he is. How did I not see Hussein X? Hello, Hussein.
Radio
X.
Run.
Welcome.
He was
So
squeezed
excited
in
to show.
between Radio Run's Xfil and Battle Zone discussion. Still haven't gone into
still haven't-
Xfil. Yeah. We
It's
need, you
so
know, we. I
good,
think we
dude.
need to do it together, Wes, because we both have not gone into that game. Radio Runt, Hamoud, D, Philozix, everybody was raving about it. D hasn't been playing it for a while though. D, you've kind of fell off the exfil.
I got gamer ADD, man. There's a game. Ooh, let's play that one for a little bit. Oh, here comes another game. Let's play that one for a bit.
Here's the thing, though,
doesn't.
D. You play VR with my wife frequently.
I do.
And how crazy is it that my wife plays more VR than I do? I should let her host the podcast. And
But it's Demio and mini golf.
it's
That's about
exactly
it.
what I was going to say. You guys keep playing the same games over and over again. You guys should be playing Showdown Xville.
Yeah, well, we can only get 3 people in there. That's the problem.
That's not a
Yeah,
problem.
but you can
Travel Man
start
needs to
your
go
squad.
smoke anyway.
You and Wes's wife and somebody else.
It'd be SpryGuy, and Travel
Yeah,
Man
and
can
Spry.
go smoke while everybody else plays.
On occasion.
No, but you're right, Roots. We need to get in and check out Xville. We checked out the regular Showdown when it launched, and we were very, very positive about it. We had a lot of fun with it, and talked about how we were going to go back into it regularly, so we didn't get so bad at it that people just killed us immediately, and then we didn't go back in it anymore.
Let me ask you, Radio Run, is there friendly fire in this game? I'm just asking because I'm gonna make it a list of people I'll never play it with. Todd, who else? I got a list of people that'll shoot me in the back, and I don't want to die.
You know who loves to get shot in the back, Roots?
She does.
No, but you're right. We need to check out Xville for sure.
First wipe.
It's
on
one of these
Thursday.
weird things where like it's not a new game release. Like normally this Game of the Month episode serves the purpose of if there's a good game that comes out during the course of the month, we always make sure that we get in and play it because it's part of the Game of the Month. But when Xville came out, it was just a new mode on a game we already played.
Right.
So it didn't really fall into that groove. So our failsafe failed to catch this one in this particular scenario. So
Yeah.
I don't know. We're gonna have episodes coming up where I feel like we're gonna need a second title. Like we're obviously gonna play a lot of the big budget stuff now, like the main releases and mods. But we're often going to need these kind of secondary titles. I feel like Xville should slot into that pretty well.
Yep.
So, in fact, I think our next episode we're going to cover Wanderer, right?
Yes. Yeah, I can't wait to get into that one because I didn't really dig in as deep as everybody else did, and I don't know. Looks really good.
Yeah. Maybe we'll go ahead and say for this weekend. I think we need to get back to doing at least one episode a week. You know, God knows we can't be doing 2 until we can get on a cadence where we can at least deliver on one.
Well,
And then
here's.
we'll
Oh, go ahead. Sorry. I was gonna say that
you are.
the deal is your streams will be the second one, right? Your live streams.
Well, yeah. Well, those streams, I'm just going to get them all done real quick. I'm not going to stretch this out because I can't move on with my graphics card until I get these streams done. So, I plan to get 2 or 3 of them done this week and the rest of them next week.
Nice.
When does Wanderer come out on Steam? That I don't know. They just published a roadmap like an hour or 2 ago, and it had a bunch of features and improvements for Quest and PSVR listed on it. And unless I just overlooked it, there was not any mention of when the Steam version is coming. So I have no clue when the Steam version is coming for that one. Anyways, why don't we go ahead and get into it and start by talking about February's games. And we're going to start with PSVR 2 because we have a default winner for PSVR 2, meaning that there was only one nominee from the platform in February, and that is Mutant Boxing League VR. This is a game that we covered on Without Parole. The only reason I played it was because Brian wanted to talk about it on Without Parole. I got into it hesitantly. This is a game that's been out for a while. I think it's on all major VR platforms, if I'm not mistaken. I know it's on Steam for sure. I think it's probably on Quest as well. But I hadn't heard much about it, so I just thought, well, it must not be all that great. Went into it on PlayStation VR just to, again, check it out for Without Parole, and was pleasantly surprised. This is actually a pretty decent game. I mean, it's kind of cartoony, like Knockout League style stuff, but the boxing fundamentals were pretty solid. Like, it teaches you how to, how to throw a hook, how to throw a jab, how to throw an uppercut, when to block, when to move your head, and it does so in a way that it kind of builds. Like, it doesn't expect you to learn all those stuff at once. It kind of plays you through and teaches you as it goes. And I felt it was good. It was very polished. There wasn't really any jank to speak of, and it was fun to play. Now, of course, with it being a boxing game, it's very active, and I gotta tell you, man, by the time I was through like 2 matches in this thing, I was huffing and puffing and soaking wet. So that's kind of my only real negative thing to say about it is I don't like sweating in my headsets. Generally speaking, if I'm going to be exercising in VR, I like to do it on Quest 2 because I have a bunch of those headsets and I don't really care so much to sweat in one of them. But in terms of just, is the game fun? Is it a good boxing game? Yeah, surprisingly, this is actually a really good one.
Yeah, these mini games, it looks like they're trying to be an exercise game to some extent, right? Like that's even though it's fun, it's a boxing game, and you're doing the different things, the fights. It looks like it's really is trying to be an exercise game as well. And I am the same way. I don't want to sweat in a headset. I'm gonna say something controversial, and I've said it before, and I hope some devs will listen. I would like options. Call them the roots option. Like, give me a jab button and a hook button. Like, I would love to play a game like this where I didn't have to fucking punch. Like, maybe I could. Some days I want to exercise, some days I don't. Like, there's so many amazing games that we've played forever, and now because it's VR, we can't have any versions of anything where we're not swinging our arms and exercising and sweating our asses off. And this isn't like the best game in the world as far as, for me, the type of game that I would want to play. But what if it was the type of game that I would want to play? I'm like, fuck, man, I don't really want to exercise right now. I don't want to sweat. I don't want to put this hot headset on. I just would love to have options to push buttons, just to jab, a little jabby jab,
I gotta say, I'm normally with you, man. When you talk about I don't want to climb every ladder, and I'm okay pushing buttons and having gamepad style controls, I'm normally with you. But I gotta disagree when it comes to a VR boxing game. I think that would be weird to have a VR boxing game and push buttons to throw punches.
It works well in Resident Evil 7.
Well, this is the thing,
DLC
though.
Where you punched the bad guys.
It works well.
Button.
It works well with every single UEVR game that we play that uses gamepad controls, and we're forced to use those type of things, right? It works fine. And we're still in VR, and there's people that are, I'm starting to feel this way, Wes, where I don't necessarily want to be John Wicking all over my room. and swinging and punching and whatever. There's times that I do, and then there's times that I don't. And there's certain games that would just, maybe the boxing game isn't quite the one. And I don't know. I just think it would be nice to have options for everybody, even the people that want to be in the game and be in the environment, but don't necessarily want to have the quote unquote gimmick of VR. And I say that loosely because it's, you know, and a lot of times it's a bad gimmick, and most of the time it's how VR is. It's you're in the game and you're using your real hands and you're punching and doing all the stuff. It's just, you know, I don't know.
Oh, well, Chris reveals his identity as Guido with a $20 U.S. donation. Says he has to go to work. Sorry I have to go. I'm sorry you have to go too, man, but we appreciate you stopping by, and we definitely appreciate the donation. Thank you.
Used to be you, Wes.
Miss you, Guido.
You'd be in that making batteries with Guido if this were a few years ago, right? How crazy.
Yeah, that is crazy.
With
Philozic's
this-
talking about kick buttons. Now, we did play a game that had kick buttons. Do you remember Path of the Warrior Roots?
I do remember Path of the Warrior. And I also remember one of the games that we played. I can't remember exactly which one of the games on this list, and I wasn't sure.
Yeah, I was just gonna say.
Yeah, I wasn't sure exactly how to fight. It was the only thing I could figure out to do, and so I was killing everybody with kicks. It was pretty cool. And then I figured out how to grab. I think it was Hellsweeper. Yeah, and then I figured out how to pull out the sickle, and I think it was Hellsweeper. I don't know.
Anyways, Mutant Boxing League VR is actually a solid, polished title, and I do recommend it. So even though it is the PSVR 2 Game of the Month by default, if you don't mind sweating and being active in VR, I know many of you actually enjoy that. Yeah, but don't be afraid to check it out. It's actually a pretty decent game. Mark Pringlesleaf in the chat says, oh no, it wasn't. It was VR SpryGuy. Says, I like to sweat in the wife's Quest 2. No, I don't play in hers because she uses the Bobo strap that digs into my head. And I don't like it. So I use one of the other ones. But good call, SpryGuy.
With this boxing game, Wes, I was just wondering, with it being so active, did you have any issues with the cable with PSVR?
No. Now, with that said, anytime I play any of these games, one reason why I don't like playing these type of games, it's almost as much as the sweating in VR, is the fact that I'm expected to be very active and throw strikes essentially with a blindfold on. And I don't have a big play space here, right? I've got fucking thousands of dollars of equipment, you know, at chest height within, you know, reach of me most of the time. So whenever I do play a game like this, I'm actually pretty restricted with it because I don't want to break anything. And again, that's one of the most annoying things about these types of games for me. As much as the sweating is just having to fucking be restrained because I don't have a big room. I think games like this are a great use case for mixed reality.
Right.
I haven't tried that latest Thrill of the Fight boxing game, but I imagine it's probably the best boxing game inside a headset, and that's the reason why, because you can play it in mixed reality and you can really you know, let loose.
The first
and
one
not
as
have to worry
well,
about breaking
actually.
stuff. Oh yeah, well there you go, both of them. They updated the first one. That's right. But no, what I typically do when I play one of these games is I put a rug in the center of my play space so I can feel with my feet where I'm at. And this game specifically, the fighters are staying pretty much in front of you. They're not using the whole ring, so to speak, and
Right.
making you turn. So the cable wasn't really an issue in this case because I wasn't spinning at all. pretty much.
Yeah, see, I can see myself getting a little too,
Crazy.
active.
Yeah,
And
yeah. If it
there
were a
goes my
proper boxing
PlayStation.
game, yeah, if it were a proper boxing game, that would be a legitimate concern. But again, it's kind of arcadey. They stay in front of you. Now, soon the Boxing Underground game is going to be out, and I don't know how many of you are familiar with that one, but it is looking phenomenal, and it looks like it's going to be a simulation style boxing game. It's not going to be super arcadey and very
Is it
realistic.
the one that was supposed to be bare knuckle fighting at first? Right?
That's right. That's right. It was going to initially be a bare knuckle game. There's still going to be bare knuckle mode in it, but they went ahead and made it a full on boxing game.
Is it any roots mode? They got buttons?
No,
No,
there will
probably
be
not.
no buttons. But it is the studio that did Vin VR Adventure. Now doing
cool.
a boxing game.
dude, where's the VR slap knock a mofo out friggin' league game? You know?
I actually had some kind of some slap fighting game follow me the other day on Twitter. I didn't look at their game, but yeah, apparently there's one of those at least in development now.
Because who was it that I saw on there? Was it Paige Van Zant or something?
Mm-hmm.
That's in that doing that now too?
Yep. You got to hand it to Paige Van Zant, man. Like she used to be an Ultimate Fighter. She never was very good, but she was pretty, and then she got breast implants, and then after she washed out of the UFC, I think she did OnlyFans or something for a
OnlyFans,
while.
yeah. And she
then,
made more in that than she ever did in the UFC.
Yeah, of course she did, and now she's doing slap fighting. Again, like.
What kind of
tuning in.
progression is that? That's all over the place, man. OnlyFans is supposed to be the top, man. Retire from that shit. You make so much money, and then you don't have to do anything. You're good to go.
So Chris H is in the chat. He says, "Bros, I'm back. It's been a while.
Been a while.
It's
What's
been a
up?
while. Welcome
What's
back,
up?
Chris H.
Yeah, welcome back.
Welcome back. We haven't been here in a while either, so don't feel bad.
That's true.
I feel like we haven't been here since last October, Roots.
It feels like it.
We haven't really been here since then. But we're back now. Anyway, moving on to PCVR. Again, we're still in February.
Oh, before we do, Wes, there is a question we now have to answer. Of course, it may be obvious, but is, in your opinion, Mutant Boxing League worthy enough to join Alien, Behemoth, and Arcanage as Game of the Year nominees?
No, it is not a Game of the Year nominee. It is a default winner for Game of the Month, but it is not a Game of the Year nominee.
Yeah, maybe if
If
you
it
put
were,
a couple
trust
more
me.
hours in there, you could.
If it were, we would have put it in the catalog and had you guys play it.
Okay.
But no, it is not. Anyway, Chris H says Gina Carano was already a billionaire. No shit. Yeah, Gina Carano is a different story. She actually has legitimate talent and went on to do great things in the film industry.
Tex says I could be the new pope. No, I'm not Catholic though, bro. So I
What do you think about that, Roots? I didn't ask you about that. What did you think about it? So I
dying
don't
on
know,
Easter Day. That's an exclamation mark. Oh, boom! That's kind of crazy.
Well, first of all, like, let's be honest. This guy died 2 weeks ago, right? Like, he had to. Like, when I saw he'd been in the hospital for a couple weeks and had pneumonia, like, I've been there, done that. My dad had the same shit.
Right.
A lot of older people that took a certain jab a couple years ago ended up with this very same condition. So we all knew what was going to happen to the Pope. Of course it happened to the Pope. Yeah, a little weird that that the timing worked out that he happened to pass on Easter. Pretty crazy.
Yeah, it sounds a little sketch to me. A little fishy.
But what's interesting about it to me, Roots, is the prophecy of the popes. Are you familiar with the prophecy of the popes?
I've heard something about it, but refresh my memory.
I thought for sure you would know what the prophecy of the popes, if anybody knew.
I've heard it. I just can't remember.
About 1,500 years ago, something like that. One of the Catholic people, Saint Malachi, I think it was, did a prophecy where he listed out all of the popes from his time to the end of the church. And each one, he ascribed to it some like couple of sentences to describe what the Pope's going to be. He didn't name them by name, but he named something specific about that specific Pope. Each one on down the line. There's something like a ton, dozens and dozens of these things, right? Remarkably accurate, like crazy accurate, like seemingly true prophecy. Like it's that crazy just how accurate these little lines have been about each pope. Anyway, at the end of the prophecy of the popes, the last few entries, or last couple of entries, there was the last numbered pope, and then after the last numbered pope, there was another line that wasn't numbered, but it was still a line. It said that Peter the Roman would feed the sheep in the times of trouble or something like that. And then it says the end. Like the implication is there's the last pope, there's Peter the Roman, and then that's it. The end of the church, or the end of time, or what have you. Anyway, the last numbered pope was Ratzinger, Pope Benedict, from 2 popes ago, which would have meant that that the current or the most recent Pope Francis would have been Peter the Roman. So if Pope Francis was Peter the Roman, the next thing on the paper was
the next thing's the end.
The end, yeah.
But what's weird about that doesn't fit in with like the last 5 or 6 years of. Oh wait, never mind. The world going fucking crazy. Yeah, okay, I believe it. I see it. But yeah, it'll be interesting. I'm betting that they're gonna pick another pope and they're gonna have smoke in the air and all that stuff they do. And
that's my whole point in bringing it up, is that as soon as they pick the next pope, then that
boom, it's over.
Is disproven, and just one more. Like everyone thought the world was going to end in the year 2000. Everyone thought it's going to end in 2012. There's been all of these prophecies that people believed in wholeheartedly, and then turned out to be bullshit. And then now there's this one.
What about Y2K? Oh wait, that was bullshit too. Nah, you're right, Wes. It's all bullshit. At some point it will be the end, but I don't think it's now. I think we got a little bit more time. A couple more weeks.
That's my joy in all of this.
Be right.
I'm sorry, D. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh no, that's fine. No, you're fine. I just said one of these times, one of these predictions.
Just throw something out there until it sticks. I just keep throwing it out there. I think that's very interesting, and I can't wait. It'll be interesting to see.
I always love it. I love it when these prophecies get struck down, because this one was literally, it was so seemingly accurate that it was actually scary. And I've been waiting. I've been waiting for this one to fall.
What if they come out tomorrow and they say, you know what, we're not doing any more popes? Oh my God, it is the end of the Catholic Church, not the world. No, just kidding. I don't know.
Or what about this, Ruth? What about this? Pope Benedict, he didn't actually die in office. He resigned.
That's true. He was one of the first ones, right?
So did this last pope count? Like, maybe he didn't count because the last guy didn't die.
There you go. There's the talking point. After the next pope comes out, they'll be like, see, that it's because, and you'll be like, oh, we missed one in the 1600s, and or we got an extra one, got There's always something. I don't know. I always
That's
find
true.
things like this intriguing. I don't put too much stock into it as far as that goes. I only put stock into what God's put in my heart specifically for me. I can't say what's going to happen to the rest of the world. This topsy-turvy, crazy world.
Topsy-turvy world. It is. Anyways, I brought that up. Probably shouldn't have. I thought for sure that you would know what I was talking about, and it wouldn't take that long to talk about it.
Yeah, it was a little detour, and I don't know exactly what's going on in the chat, but D's right. Ease up on the politics.
Yeah, I don't know either. But if people were talking. If people are talking
All
about
it
politics.
takes is
Stop it.
one mention of a name, and it can set people off. So let's just-
Yeah. Wow.
Alex VR's in the chat. What's up, Alex?
Hey, what's up, Alex? Have you got to 60 yet, Alex? That's what I want to know. Is your priest 60? Mine's my
We
priest.
don't want to know that.
I do, but Wes does not want to know it.
No, we don't.
So
care
I think
about
we need
that.
to get back onto the next one.
I think so. Let's much like popes. Let's get on to the next one and talk about PCVR in the month of February. We did have a few PCVR titles come out in February, and interesting trend with PCVR. When I get on there and I check out and make these lists for PCVR, there's actually quite a few releases every month. The problem is I don't know, like, either they're all free to play now, or they're like $5 or less. Do you care to fill my water when you're in there? Thank you. They're either free to play or they're very cheap, which tells me that they either suck because they have a low development budget, or they suck because they're trying to be Quest free to play crap and ride that wave that everyone seems to be on these days. Looper, have you noticed this trend on Steam VR where like there's all kinds of releases now? Way more than there was even a year ago. But it's all this like cheap and free to play stuff.
I don't know. I wouldn't say there's like too many. Still much less than on Quest, I'd say. But
Oh no, there's definitely not as many as there are on Quest. That was not my point at all.
yeah.
My point is that
it's hard because I wasn't following the previous years how many releases were each month, so it's hard to compare for me actually. But by the looks of it, it's like something is happening all the time, but nothing too crazy.
anyway, there's a lot of these games out on Steam VR, and some of them actually look good. Some of the like $5 games look good, but I don't have time to like get in and vet these ones. And if they don't market their games, then there's no way for me to know if they actually are good or they're not good. But I will say to those of you watching, don't take our game of the month list as kind of the end all be all for what's good, especially on PC, because some of these cheaper games might actually turn out to be good. Or it might just be that they're short or whatever. There might
Or
be
just basic. Space Cats with Lasers was like $5, but that was actually a really good game.
Right. Good point. Shout out Space Cats with Lasers. But there's a lot of stuff on Steam VR. So if you're like a PC VR enthusiast who's just playing mods all the time, check out Steam VR every now and then, because there actually are a lot of titles coming out on there. They're just not marketed. Like, they're not doing trailers. They're not, they're not doing all the stuff that we do at Impact to make games a success. So nobody knows they're there. Nobody knows that they're out. If you like zombie shooters, man, there's fucking zombie shooters for days. But anyway, what did we play on PCVR in February? Well, first of all, we played Cold VR, a game that we've been looking forward to for quite some time. Launched last month on PC and Quest. Still coming soon to PSVR at some point. But this is an interesting one because it takes direct inspiration from Superhot. We can see it in the art direction of the game, and we can see it in the concept of the game. Although the concept is like the polar opposite of Super Hot. Super Hot, time moves only when you move, but in cold VR, time stops or slows down when you move. So it's a similar type of situation where you don't want to stop. And Roots, I did enjoy this game. I thought it was good. But I think it's unfortunate that so many people speak about this in the terms or through the lens of Super Hot, because I think that this game is very, very different from Super Hot, and I'm not so sure. While I do like the game, I'm not so sure that I like this mechanic being flipped, because it takes basically what essentially was a puzzle game, and now it makes it into a speedrunning game. And you know, speedrunning games are fine, but they still structure it like a puzzle, like Super Hot would, instead of just embracing it as a speedrunning game. Do you understand? Do you understand what I'm saying here at all about this?
Yeah, I do. I mean, I guess it just makes you think a little bit quicker, right? Like in Super Hot, like you said, it's a puzzle. This is going to be more either quick on your feet or trial and error. You're going to end up dying several times to get through each puzzle, and that's a little bit more. It's not even a little bit more. It's a lot more tedious than being able to stop and then kind of gauge it. You know what I mean? I had a lot more fun in this one than I had anticipated. I literally wasn't thinking I was going to have fun in this at all, and then when I went into it, I was actually surprised that it was as good as it was. And then I liked the story tie-in as well. So, but yeah, it's definitely different. I think their biggest problem is one of their best strengths is they're associating themselves just by, like you said, the artwork, the design with Super Hot, and that's good and bad. And yeah.
Yeah, I think kind of the story and vibe here are one of the real strong points of the game. D, what did you think about Cold VR? Did you think like the story bits and stuff were as cool as I did? That was like one of my favorite parts of the game.
I did like it. I did like those little kind of like breaks that kind of like brought you, I don't want to say brought you back to the story, but it was that's one of the differences that I appreciated in this game compared to Super Hot.
Right.
I did go back into Super Hot for a bit just to kind of like remind myself, because I haven't picked up that game in years. Super Hot is the game you want to play if you want to, I don't know, a more chilled approach to this kind of like time manipulation kind of thing. But if you want like in that moment, you got to think and then go, think and go, make your move. Cold is the game you want to play.
Yeah, it's very different. That's for sure.
What it has too. Did you try those nightmare levels?
I played a couple of them. I did. You know, I heard a lot of people say that they really enjoyed the nightmare levels in this game. I didn't really care for them all that much. They just felt like running around to me, and just like felt like filler. Like, let's take a break from playing the game now and have this filler level where you can just run around and basically try not. It's like playing tag. And
it's absolutely filler because they give you the option to skip it. They tell you can skip it if you don't want to do it. So there's no real reason to
skip it after that first attempt that I made to it against my better judgment, because you know I love scary stuff, right? Yeah, I tried it twice, screamed, and then skip the rest of them.
What I thought was cool about that part, those nightmare levels, because I went through every one of them, and I went through several of them, is they kept getting crazier and crazier to the point where, it just seemed basic at first, but at some point you're having a flashlight, it's pitch dark, you can't see shit, you're trying to run around, these things they're getting faster. Like it definitely was getting a lot cooler, Wes, the more that you did it. Like it was progressing, so it's possible that you like got the earlier ones were just kind of basic at first.
You're right. I forgot about that. The last one I played actually did introduce a flashlight, and that definitely made things more difficult. Some of the rooms pitch black, and the monsters are black, so you can't see them without your light.
Even in some of the regular levels, non-nightmare, ones, they had those staticky creatures all around, and that was kind of scary for me too. But I played the
I
hell
don't
out of
scare
this
easy.
game.
I don't know if you heard, Dave. I don't scare too easy in VR.
Yeah, me, I scare. He don't scare easy. I scare.
Too easy.
Soup. Hey.
Oh.
Yeah.
Looper, what do you think about Cold VR, the mechanic in it? Again, I'm not trying to discredit it by saying I think I prefer the Super Hot Loop better. I'm just saying that it's kind of unfortunate that so many people talk about this game in the context of Super Hot, because it is very, very different to play than Super Hot was.
Yeah, I actually really like what they did with the formula and how they executed it. You really have to keep moving, and moving in cold VR isn't equal moving in super hard, because in super hard you are static. You're just in
That's
one
right.
position, and moving means moving your hands or shooting guns or something. In cold, moving means full locomotion. And only full locomotion. I literally tried to move my hands to slow down time. It doesn't work. You have to keep moving with the stick, which almost makes it feel like, I don't know, a classic Doom game, where you also keep moving to avoid bullets, etc. But one thing that's different is the movement speed. It's quite low,
Right.
so you are not running around. Yeah, but still you're moving all the time. You're strafing. You are trying to strafe back and forth to avoid bullets that fly towards you, and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's a difficult
what you're saying
balancing
was-
act too, because I kind of felt like the movement was too slow in it, but it's not the easiest fix, right? It's not like you could just go into an option and turn the movement speed up, because then now you have an unfair advantage against the level.
Well, they would have to make enemies faster as well, I guess.
Right.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, they just
would
want you
have
to be that speed. You know what I mean? I think, I don't know. I kind of feel like it works. Just the way that everything's set up, it makes you, it makes you really, if you were going fast, you wouldn't be as stressed, right? As you were trying to do all the moves and get everything done. So kill them all.
I don't know.
It gave me vibes. What was? Oh God, I can't think of the name of the game now. I should have put this in my notes. What was the one game PSVR 2 that had like that? Not exactly like colorful like world, but had the pinks and the blues.
Synapse?
PSVR 2. It was
Synapse? Was it Synapse?
Was it Synapse with the where you move the stuff with your hands and everything?
Yeah, like telekinetic.
Right.
Power.
Yeah.
Yeah, Synapse. Yeah.
Brian James.
Yeah, I mean, I guess in art direction, there's some similarities there for sure.
This game feels more like a bullet hell game, almost. Exactly,
Yes,
for like you
certainly.
said, Looper, where you're having to just move around because there's so many bullets flying around.
Yeah.
I think that's the difference too.
Also, I want to say that I really enjoyed the story part, the cutscenes, the way it works. You are in the front of a giant screen, and I'm not 100% sure, but I think there is a very minimal 3D effect to that screen. I think when I look at the guy and at the background, they are at a bit different depth level, but I'm not sure. Yeah, and about the nightmare levels, I agree that they progress with. There is like or six of them maybe, and at first you just have to find the exit. Then sometimes exit is not where it seems, and then you have some puzzle stuff where you turn levers and find some orbs to bring them to particular places. At some point, it even gave me some very minor Dreadhalls vibes. Just following those tight corridors.
So I did a few of them. I want to say I had like 3, but I did not get to the point where I had to like manipulate orbs and levers and stuff like that. So like I quit playing them by that point. So yeah, maybe they got more fun as they got more challenging. But overall, really had a good time with Cold VR. Wasn't exactly what I was expecting, but that was a good thing, not necessarily a bad thing. So had fun with the game, and definitely recommend it. I think it's only like $20 or something like that. So definitely a positive experience. But we move along.
Yeah, sorry.
That's all right. Go ahead.
Yeah, my only concern, it's not a major one, but it's a bit low on content. It's like, for me, it took like a bit over 2 hours to complete every level. So I guess it has some replay value through leaderboards. I'm not sure if it has ones, but yeah.
Yeah, you must have crushed it, because I feel like I played it for a couple of hours. I didn't finish it. I didn't really feel like I was close to.
You can see actually when you go to the menu, it's like a hub area, and you can see actually all the list of all the levels and how far are you into the whole thing. So you can make some estimation from that, I guess.
Okay. I didn't study that, but that's good to know. Anyways, speaking of limited amount of content, our next nominee from PCVR is Episodic, and it is One True Path Part 1. And this is a game that was free for a long time on Steam, and I want to say it's on Quest as well, but I'm not 100% sure about that.
Sure.
But yeah, it was free for a while it was in early access. This past month, it left early access as a full release, and now has the large, hefty price tag of $1.99.
It's ridiculous.
This is a bit of like a story-based thing that's kind of based on the old choose your own path adventure novels from when we were growing up. Kind of a cool premise, but unfortunately this is one of the titles that I did not get a chance to play this month, which kind of sucks, because I feel like if I'd found any time for it whatsoever, I would have played through the whole thing. But with that said, Rich, you didn't play this one either, did you?
No, I had the exact opposite of your reaction. I saw how short it was, and I was like, I'm not gonna. But if it's gonna be over by the time I start it, I'm not even gonna, because that was the biggest gripe with people, is how short it was. Well, I guess that was one of the things, but yeah, it looked pretty cool. You know, people felt like it was a demo
all the time. People all the time complaining about things being too short. It's annoying, man. It doesn't matter. If it's good, then it's good. It doesn't matter if it's short. Sorry.
God damn it. Oh.
Yeah. Anyways, D, what did you think about One True Path Part One?
I actually really enjoyed it. Yeah, it's short, but
See, I told you.
went,
Oh,
but,
never mind.
let me finish. It was only a buck or whatever, but it's the first part. This is just the first iteration of this, and I am excited to see where it goes from here. Because I loved this art style and the way they used it in the storytelling in the game. Like the fade in, fade out, and everything. It's definitely took me only like 55 minutes to get through.
55 minutes. Swindle hits. Crazy. Short.
All right,
I liked it.
Yeah, so Part One, about an hour of gameplay here, heavily story driven. How much gameplay do we have here, Looper? Is this something that is completely focused on story? Is it something that is heavily focused on story but has some interactivity? Or is this like a game with some challenge?
Oh, it's a lot of action. I would definitely call it a game. There is combat. There is various styles of combat. Basically, what happens is 3 different storylines. One is like medieval themed. Another is like more sci-fi, and the third is like Western. And I don't think it's. I'm gonna spoil a lot by saying that they converge in some way. And each of the storylines have its own like play style. One is more puzzly, another is more melee, third is more guns, it's a really well executed game. Yeah, but as we mentioned, it's quite short, and the problem is, I played it back in September when it was in early access. And then I played it after it left early access. And the only thing that they changed is that they added the $2 price tag. It's the same content that was initially.
That's interesting.
But I enjoyed it both times.
Okay, so that is interesting. I mean, obviously, I know why they put the price tag on it. They felt that they needed to monetize and make money on it in some way. I wonder why they didn't just monetize it straight out the gate. Maybe they felt like people wouldn't play it if it's $2. Like I said when we were leading into this section, like there's so many of these cheap games on Steam. That I don't even bother with most of them because I feel like they're not going to be very good, or they're going to be too short or something. So maybe that's why they made it free at first, just to kind of build their reputation, get some word out about the game, and then put the price on there. I don't know. But I knew that they had this concept going on with the different genres, right? I knew that there was like Western and sci-fi, and I always assumed though that with this being Part 1, that this would stick to one genre, and then Part 2 would be the other genre, Part 3 would be another genre, and then they would converge at some point there. But you're saying that no, that this 1 hour experience has all of these in it already,
Yes.
right?
Yes, you switch between the 3. You get a couple of episodes of each, and then you get a master episode that combines all of them.
Now that is interesting, because that now all of a sudden this 1 hour that didn't seem too short for me to begin with, now you're parsing it up. It seems like, and D, I'd like to hear your thoughts on this. It seems like that each kind of genre, each episode is so short that just by the time you start to really enjoy it, the thing would be over and on to the next one. Does it not feel like that when you're playing?
I don't think so. It's just like an episode of any like TV show that you watch. It's not just this group of people, or focusing on one group of people. little bit here, a little bit there, to get
Okay.
the whole story.
Interesting. Well, it sounds like you both enjoyed it quite a bit. So, my my desire to play really hasn't been diminished here at all. Even though I am learning things about this game that I did not expect. The art style looks fucking cool.
Like I said, that was one of my favorite things utilized in this game was, you know, the art style, coming into a scene, leaving a scene, you know. Just
It
made
looks like
that
it
much
was
better.
drawn in the. It looks like it was drawn in the 1960s, like that era. It kind of has that vibe to it.
But it's so good.
So my question is, okay, this is episode 1. When can we expect episode 2? Because I think I saw a trailer and it was like 3 years old. This thing's been out for a long time, right? To get till they got to this episode 1 is finally now out of early access. Or am I looking at 2028 for the next one, or like?
I don't know.
You know, I don't. I've never heard anything about this series before. But I guess it's been out as a demo for a long time.
It doesn't seem like it's been that long. Later, Brian. Everyone, say goodbye to Brian Paul.
I could have sworn.
Thanks for stopping by, man.
Brian.
I could have sworn that when I was looking up trailers earlier, I saw one that was 3 years old, but maybe it was.
Yeah, they might have announced it a while back. I don't think it's been on the store that long. I want to say that it came out last year, and came out of early access this year. But maybe I'm wrong. My memory's kind of fucked these days anyway, so maybe I'm just imagining that too. Anyways, I'm glad to hear that it was good. Looper, definitely worth $2, right?
Sure.
Yes? No?
100%.
Maybe?
I'd say I would. Absolutely.
Okay, I
I'm-
didn't hear what Looper said,
Yeah.
and D's mic's
Yes,
cutting out.
I said sure 100%. Yes.
Okay, cool.
I want
Cool.
my $2.
All right. So yeah, definitely cool. Definitely worth $2. Definitely worth being on the list this month. And we move along to the final nominee for PCVR game of the month. This game is called Ashen Arrows. This game was completely off my radar until the developer contacted me and offered up review keys. I don't take every key that gets offered, but I am kind of a sucker for bow and arrow. Like I like archery games. I have fun with them, and even I don't know if it was the last episode we did or the one before that. We played another archery game called Tiny Archers or something, and it was a very basic tower defense archery game, but despite it being like super basic, it was still fun to play, and I ended up playing it a lot longer than I originally had anticipated that I would. I went into Ashen Arrows with similar expectations. I expected this to be extremely basic, but I did expect it to be kind of fun because of the bow and arrow mechanic. This actually turned out to be better than I thought it was going to be. Yes, it is true. It is a basic archery game, but there's a lot of content here. Typically these archery games will pick one kind of format and go with it. Like it'll either be like an adventure style campaign that you play through, or it'll be a tower defense, or it'll be like a wave shooter style setup. This game kind of uses all of that, and it starts you out in kind of the wave shooter scenario, where they put you at a high point, and there is some like mild tower defense stuff going on here, where the enemies are coming in on certain pathways, so you always know where they're coming from. And you can put up barriers to slow them down, and you're basically just trying to keep them from getting to the door or whatever. You're trying to keep them away from some goal. So it is set up like a tower defense thing, but the archery feels good. As you play, they give you like upgrade skill points. So between waves, you can spend your skill points to buy upgrades and abilities, and that stuff's all randomized, like almost like a roguelite style randomization. And if that's all this game was, it would be fine. I would sit here and I'd tell you, hey, it's fun. If go spend $15 on it or whatever, and you'll get your money's worth. But there's more, because after you play through like the first of they call it Bastion mode, which is like a 20 wave tower defense style setup. Then the campaign unlocks for you, and there's a story campaign that you actually walk through the levels and fight your way through. And despite the graphics being kind of basic here, it's all like walkabout mini golf stylized graphics. I felt like it works for this title, and I really enjoyed it. It was better than I thought, and it was good. I'm going to start with D here, because D, I know that, unless I'm wrong, I think that you kind of like archery games too, the way I do,
yes,
right?
I do. Yes, I do.
What did you think about this one?
I liked it. I really liked it. It had its moments where, like, one of the perks that you can buy are additional archers that stand at different spots.
Yeah, a lot of help those guys
Sometimes
are, huh?
those SOBs were just standing there while people were knocking that gate down. I'm like, what the you doing?
Yeah.
But other than that,
yeah.
I like the perks, the variety of perks, the upgrades and stuff like that, and the story, man. I love that aspect too.
Yeah, I purchased the archers. I think I even had it at one point where there were like 3 of them or something like that, but I never noticed much help from them. No, I didn't just sit and watch them to see if they were moving or doing anything. I know it didn't get any easier when I had those guys up there.
Yeah, no. I'm like, this is going to be great. These waves are going to be frickin' go by like that, bull. Yeah.
Roots, despite the archers not being much of a help, this game surprised me. Even in the wave mode, like the fact that, they get you so focused in tower defense mode that you're watching these paths. I seem to never catch on to the fact that these guys come flying in on fucking dragons and shit, throwing fireballs down from the sky on you from behind constantly. It seemed like I never remembered that until they hit me with a fireball. But I was impressed with like kind of the variety there. Different enemies, the different animals that they're bringing in with you. Like they do really throw a lot at you.
That's exactly it. There's so much variety in all the enemies, and the levels, and I like the fact that you're actually like moving through, even though you get to an area and you're doing your thing, you're actually moving through areas, and you're, like D said, it's got a cool story, and I think it's different than most other, or pretty much any other game of this nature that I've seen. I mean, yeah, it's a tower defense, but it's different. And I like you, I think I might have even told D I wasn't going to go into it, and then I went into it and I was like, oh shit, this is actually pretty fun. I played a lot more than I thought I would, and it was cool. So.
Yeah, yeah, surprisingly good. Looper, what did you think about this game? I expected a very 5 out of 10 game here, but it was way better than I expected.
Yeah, I mostly agree. Even the wave-based mode, the dungeons or bastions, they are called, offers a really good variety, both between the different bastions with the enemies and environments and stuff, and within one you can do, you can go an infinity different ways because you have different approaches you can take with barricades, or you can go with some different special arrows, or you can mostly go into like health, and there is even a perk that heals your gates each time you shoot an enemy's weapon. So when you shoot the enemy, they drop the weapon, and you can shoot those weapons to heal your gate.
Your base.
Yeah. But the thing I enjoyed the most was the story mode, actually, because it's you are actually moving through levels. You experience a story. You are solving puzzles. You fight enemies on the way, so it's not just stationary. But the problem is there is only 1/3 of the story here. Only Act 1 is available to play, and the way it doesn't tell you that. I thought I had to like beat all the bastions or something, but whatever I did, Act 2 didn't unlock for me, so I went to their Discord, and the answer was only Act 1 is available so far.
Oh, well, see, I didn't know that.
So more to come.
I just assumed it was unlockable.
Yeah,
that's
and
interesting.
The game
Good to know.
left early access, but apparently they don't have all the content that is on display.
Now that I would call shenanigans.
Yeah, I don't think developers know what early access is anymore, Wes. I think they just throw that title on there and like, well, it works. It's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, I'd be interested to talk to the developer to find out why that is. You know, my eyes have kind of been opened a little bit to this sort of thing, working on the other side of the industry. There are certain scenarios that make it understandable.
Oh, sure,
when
but at least let people know. You shouldn't have to go to the Discord to find out. That's pretty bad, dude. You know?
Yeah. There are. I've seen scenarios where these companies, these studios, maybe they're in a foreign country, and a lot of these foreign countries have funding and grants set up to support business domestically. So, like if you're a developer in another country, it's very possible that government will pay you to make a VR game. But the way that they do it sometimes is that they give you like an initial payment to kind of get you off the ground, and then when you launch, you get the other part of the grant. And sometimes going into early access won't trigger the other part of the funding to come through. So you have to go into a 1.0 state and leave early access, even if the game's not ready to or doesn't have the whole story campaign or something like that in it. So I'd be interesting to hear what the story is here with this. I hope people do go and buy this game, because I do think it's good. And even with the graphics, it's total walkabout mini golf art style. Like it looks like walkabout mini golf, but it works here just like it works for walkabout. I didn't think it was a bad looking game. The characters are kind of so, but the environments I thought looked really good.
Sky looked beautiful.
Yeah.
And the traveling in the Bifrost, from world to world, that was one of the coolest things I've seen in a while, man.
The portals, they look really cool. So yeah, a bit disappointed that we haven't heard more about this game. Maybe other content creators are talking about it. If they are, I didn't notice it. But I feel like this is a bit of a hidden gem. Let me just a second here. Let me look up and see what the price is on this.
Wasn't on our radar, so it doesn't surprise me that it's not on other creators.
So it looks like on Quest right now, this is on sale for $13.99. The regular price is $18. And for what it's worth, I played this on Quest. I didn't look at the PC version of it. I imagine it's probably one for one the same. Looper, can you speak to that at all? Did you try both versions?
No, I also only played on Quest.
Same here.
I did actually play both. I didn't notice any really big differences between the two.
I think Wes nailed it though, and like the biggest thing about this game is the bow and arrow feels right. Like it feels good. That's the most important thing about this type of a game. It's the main mechanic, and it needs to feel good, and it did, and it felt like I was, it was. I didn't feel like it had any aim assist or anything. I think it just needed to shoot, and it was good.
I think it did have some.
Did it? Maybe I just want to feel like I'm good, Looper. Come on.
Oh, okay, I see.
Yeah, I didn't feel like there was any aim assist with it. And for what it's worth, I was doing my usual, shoot everything. There are critters in the environment here. Like as you walk through the woods or the camp or whatever, you'll see a rabbit or a fox or any number of little woodland creatures scampering around. There'll be birds and shit flying through the air. You can shoot all of those. And I did shoot every one that I saw the entire time that I played.
Did you shoot the
once I discovered you can shoot the cats, I'm like, oh my god! I couldn't do it. I'm like, I gotta go.
Yeah, the cat was the only one that bothered me because the sound it makes. It goes, "Arr." I still killed them all, by the way. I still killed them all, but it was a little more uncomfortable to kill the cats.
And there's something that you gotta do. Like there's some kind of little thing to do with those cats in your little home environment. But once I discovered you had to shoot them to do it, I'm like, nope.
They actually give like achievements and perks for killing these animals. I didn't know it until I killed like a lot of them. But like in the middle of a wave, like I killed one of the birds and a thing popped up. I killed one of the rabbits and a thing popped up. I don't remember exactly what it was. I know that one of them was an achievement, but I want to say that the other one unlocked something that it was actually usable in the game.
As long as it's not the cats, I don't care.
No, it wasn't for the cats. The cats were kind of in the hub world.
Okay.
But the other ones actually spawned in between waves. So like when you had a wave end, the birds would respawn, the rabbits would respawn, and you keep killing them, and you'll get stuff for it.
What about kittens? Were there any kittens? That would have been cool. No, just kidding. Pissed off a couple of people.
Anyways, I had a ton of fun in this game. I think it's quite solid, and I didn't expect to have any kind of controversy around what the PCVR Game of the Month was going to be, but I feel like maybe there is some controversy around it, surprisingly. I'll start with you, Looper. What would you like to nominate for PCVR Game of the Month?
Oh, for me, it's called VR. It's just the most polished of the three, the most fun for me personally. I'd say it's that one.
Okay. D?
I would have to second that because this is the game that I almost finished.
So cold VR for
Cold
you as
VR.
well?
Mhm.
Yeah. Okay. Well, since they're both going that way, see, I didn't know which way to go, Roots, because I mean I liked cold VR. I think I had more fun with Ashen Arrows. I had more trouble putting it down, that's for sure. Definitely got more addicted to it. I think probably more of the viewing audience would probably appreciate cold more. Um, but it's not open. I'm going to vote for Ashen Arrows here. Like I really enjoyed it quite a lot actually, and not that I didn't enjoy cold, but I definitely feel there's more replayability here, and I want to say more content, but now that I know that the campaign's not fully in there, maybe not. But anyway, I wouldn't put it quite on the level as In Death Unchained, obviously, but I have trouble thinking of a better second place in terms of VR archery games than this one. Like, this is a really good one. Anyway, I'm
really
voting
like
Ashen
Sacrolith.
Arrows on this. I haven't played Sacrolith. So,
It's really good.
interesting to hear you say that. Maybe I should
Never
check
heard
it
of
out. Anyways, Roots, where does your vote go here?
Well, imagine this game, but you have bats for hands. Was what that's what Marin says. That would be cool. I kind of. What's funny is like this is the one game that I literally was just like, I'm just not interested in it. It's a tower defense game. I know I told you that, D, and then I thought, I'm gonna go into it anyway.
I was shocked when
I
you told me
feel
you
like
went into it.
I feel like there's so much to this game between different environments and enemies and just the
Co-op. I didn't even play it in co-op.
and the co-op
I
and
would-
the roguelike. It really is a roguelike. Like just with all the skills and abilities, each run is going to be different. I had more fun in this game as well, even though I really did enjoy cold VR. I just feel like I don't know. I just like this one better, personally. I just had more fun.
Yeah, that's me. Like, I liked cold. I liked it even more than I thought I was going to like it. But, which game do I want to go back in? Like, if I'm playing tonight, I'm going back to the Ashen Arrows before I go back in the cold. And that's just me, though.
Well, it's also got a story to pull you through. And that, for me, that's a big deal. Like, a story is going to pull me through more than just about anything. Although, like I said, I really enjoyed Cold. I have to vote for this one. So, kind of puts us in a 50-50.
Yeah, we're in a draw situation here. I am going to ask the audience, though. They might have an opinion here, although I bet most of them haven't even heard of Ashen Arrows, let alone played it.
Actually, there's a lot of people in the chat that said, Awesome Tatum says, hell yeah, I totally missed this one. Glad to see games like this get some coverage. Brandon VR says he enjoyed this way more than he expected to. Played it co-op. There's a lot of people that have actually tried this game or are now going to try this game. Let me use the restroom real quick.
Yeah, go for it. So we're going to see what the chat thinks about it. I'm fine with just calling it a draw and rolling off, but if there's a definitive winner in the chat, then maybe we'll go that direction instead. Yeah, I didn't even consider for a moment that I never played the co-op mode in this, which is kind of weird because, like, when I first brought you guys in to the show and the channel to start talking about Game of the Month, this was one of, like, the first games that I shared in there, and we were talking about doing co-op back then,
Right.
and we never actually have managed to get together to play co-op anything yet. But it'll happen one day, I'm sure.
I would love to, because, like you said, I am a fan of bow and arrow games. You know? So.
Yeah. Well, this is a good one. And to Looper's point, there is a lot of variety with how your strategy and whether or not you want to kind of play into the tower defense in more and build barricades and stuff like that. The special arrows were cool, although I didn't really use them much. Even when I had them, it never really dawned on me to kind of pull them out and use them.
To switch.
Well, you've
You
got
have to switch.
Well, you've got your little sheath, right? Right in front of you. You just have to reach down and grab a specific thing.
Yeah.
I like the
Yeah,
fact that
remember about it.
there was a healing arrow, right? Although my barricade never really got low enough where I felt like I needed it yet. So
One of the perks, I think Looper mentioned it too, was like if you shoot the enemies like downed weapons or whatever, that heals
Yeah.
the base up.
And
was
you
a
do
good-
it with the regular arrows. It's not a special arrow.
Right. No
Yeah.
special arrows. Yep.
yeah, that is pretty cool.
Yeah, it's a perk that you can get, and which I never used. I never picked that. You always have a choice of which perk you take, and I never chose that one, even though I
think
thought
they
it was
s-
cool.
I think you start off with 3, and then there's options in those perks that, like, hey, here's 4 perks instead.
Right,
Yeah,
or
one
you
perk
can now have
hey, here's
5.
5.
Increase the number of choices.
I just felt like, I didn't play super deep into it, but the time that I did put into it, I just felt like the game was constantly expanding its scope of what was happening. You know what I mean? Whereas Cold VR, I felt like from the very beginning, the game was what it was. It was what it was, and it probably ended the same way. You know what I mean? Whereas this, I guarantee the beginning is not the end. Just from what I've played, it's not. It's just completely different within 1 level, 2 levels. It's crazy.
So, with the perk that lets you shoot the enemy's weapons to build up your fortifications, does that only work after they die? Because I know a
Yeah,
lot
I
of the
think so.
time I was shooting their guns out of their hands, or their bows and arrows, or their shield. I was shooting their things that they were holding before I killed them.
Yeah.
No, I
If
think
they
it's
if it's not when they
specifically says it
die,
should be
it's at
done.
least when they drop it. You know.
Yeah,
Okay.
so it should
They
be on
drop
the
it.
floor.
Cool. It's still doable. Still very doable. I was just curious.
Inferno 9 says, I'm installing Ashen Arrows right now. Thanks for the heads up. Well, thanks
Awesome.
for watching. Yeah. It's
We
exactly
had
why
someone
we
else.
it's exactly why we
Yeah.
do the show, right? Right, Wes?
That's right. Regos Pantaleon. I'm sorry, I always have to say your name like that. Also added it to his wish list. So that's cool.
Wonder Rob says, I don't know about either of these games. I get it, man. Like, especially this one, I was the same way. I was like, I'm not playing a fucking tower defense game. And then I I had we had more time. And I said, you know what? I'm going to try to go into everything. Why not? I got time. And then I was shocked that I actually enjoyed it. But not every game's for everybody. But I guarantee there's something on this list that's coming up that you're going to enjoy.
Yeah.
It's not
On
going to
the
be in the
next
next
list.
2 because it's going to be a repeat. Of
All
these
right.
2.
So another interesting fact here, Inferno 9 says that if you own Towers and Powers on Quest, you can get this game for $8.74
Oh, wow.
because there's a bundle. And if you already own Towers and Powers, then you just have to pay the difference, which is $8.74. So pretty cool. Good to know. Towers and Powers is decent in its own right. But for
Right.
what it's worth, I like this game better than that one even. But anyways, so I'm going to go ahead and end the poll. It's roughly 2/3 in favor of Ashen Arrows. So I'm going to go ahead and do this. I'm going to say Ashen Arrows is the winner, unless either of you want to nominate it for Game of the Year, Cold VR. If one of you all feels
Yeah.
strongly enough to nominate Cold VR for Game of the Year, then obviously I'll change, and we'll call that the Game of the Month as well.
No, I don't
No one?
see any Game of the Year material in this month for PC.
No.
No, I don't either. So there we have it. Ashen Arrows, the PCVR Game of the Month. We did it! February.
Doesn't.
Awesome. All right. We move along to where all the games come out these days, and that is on MetaQuest. MetaQuest has twice as many nominees for February as PSVR 2 and PCVR had combined. So we'll try to pick up the pace a little bit here. First of all, we're not going to rehash them, but both Cold VR and Ashen Arrows were released on Quest. Ashen Arrows, I'm sure, is pretty identical on the two platforms. Cold VR, however, I don't think was. And it's not because I played it, but I've watched enough review content to know that Cold VR on Quest is severely lacking versus Cold VR on PC. Looper, did you play both?
Yeah, so Cold VR I only actually played on PC, and Ashen Arrows I only played on Quest.
Okay, gotcha. So did anybody here play Cold VR on Quest? No, I didn't think so. We'll just move on from it then, and just note that while the gameplay, well, I'm not even going to say the gameplay was 1-to-1 because I heard there was a lot of jank on the Quest version of Cold VR. So we'll just move on saying that. Be warned. If you saw what we just said about Cold VR, that was about the PC version. That does not apply here to the Quest version. It is a notable, very notable graphical downgrade. And in addition to the graphical downgrade, I'm told that there is quite a bit of jank introduced as well. So just be warned. Anyways, we move on to the next Quest nominee, which is a game that we talked about during the last Game of the Month discussion on the other platforms. And that game is Alien Rogue Incursion. So I went into this game on Quest with very, very low expectations. I watched some review content on this during the launch window, admittedly. The review content that I watched was from months ago. And obviously it's from February. And the game has had some time to mature and be patched since then. And I played this game yesterday on Quest. So how is it on Quest? It's good. Now, obviously, it is not on par with PCVR and PlayStation VR. Not on par at all graphically with those two. It definitely looks like a Quest game when you get in and play it. So the question is the graphical downgrade enough to ruin the experience? No, I don't think so at all. I think the game actually, in the state it's in today, it plays good. Like it plays like the Alien Rogue Incursion that I remembered from the other platforms. They didn't reinvent the wheel with this game. It's a pretty straightforward action shooter for VR. But if you're a fan of the genre, or a fan of the franchise, rather, um, you're going to have a good time with this game. You're going to have a good time with it on PC. You're going to have a good time with it on PlayStation, and you're going to have a good time with it on Quest. Roots, did you check this game out on Quest?
I went into it the beginning and was just kind of looking at the intro and stuff, and then I was having weird issues with the the Quest, man. I love the Quest, but then all of a sudden it has weird issues where, like, you hit the menu button and then all of a sudden you can't get back into the game and you have to reset the headset, or like I literally had that happen like 3 or 4 times over the last day and a half. Just weird janky shit, man.
Yeah.
Meta, get your shit together, please. Like, I love your
You know,
headset, but when it doesn't work, it doesn't work, and it happens a lot.
I had a 2 or 3 month period of just constant issues from my Quest 3, and having these sorts of things where the menu doesn't pop up and it's just the environment, and they have to restart the whole Quest to get the menu to pop up. But then the menu works, but the controllers don't. The controllers are on. I can see from the light on them that they're responsive and that they're on, but for whatever reason, the Meta UI doesn't register the controllers there. And I don't leave the hand tracking on. I keep it off by default. So when my controllers go out, I can't use it. I have to restart again. Recently, these problems have cleared up for me, Roots. Like, I've had about the past month, my Quest 3 has worked well.
Well, you're in one of those stages. It's someone else's turn. It was mine today.
Yeah. It's his turn to have problems.
It was my turn, and I don't know. I just want my. I take it back to this. Like, imagine your monitor works 75% of the time. You go to turn it on, it works. 25%. Like, there's certain things that we put up because it's VR and it is what it is, and we can't control it. We put up with it, but motherfucker, if every time I turned on my flat game PlayStation 5 or my Steam or whatever it was, and it just started I had to restart it 4 times to get it to work. It's just too much, man. Sometimes it just bothers me, and today was really bad for me. I literally reset it like 5 or 6 times. A full headset reset just to be able to get into the menus. Exactly what you said. I'm in the environment. It's invisible. Weird. I've never seen that before. So anyway, I'll stop ranting.
That sucks. Anyway, Alien Rogue Incursion on Quest. Looper, I had no trouble getting on in this. I was expecting that my immersion would be broken. The reviews that I watched around launch just said it was just dog shit on Quest and don't touch it. Yesterday, that was not my experience. I basically, I played for about 90 minutes or so. Basically, played through the first part, got into the main facility and played about halfway to the part where shit really hits the fan and takes off. I played enough of it to see, though, that at least for me, the game is quite playable and quite fun. And while the graphics are, they're obviously Quest graphics, they weren't bad. They just weren't on the level of the other versions of the game. What, Looper, was your experience with Alien Rogue Incursion on Quest?
Yeah, I actually played about the same chunk of the game, right I stopped, I think, right before the scene, the big scene.
And the mess hall and where it leads to. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, and it's Alien Rogue Incursion. It's the same game. It's not a Quest. You don't feel like you're playing a Quest version of the game. It's Alien Rogue Incursion. In fact, I played much closer to the launch. It was like end of February, and I didn't find it looking particularly bad. In fact, it looked like a good quest game. Yes,
Yeah.
it looks like a quest game, but it looks like a good quest game. Not
Yeah.
not like there is something to point at and say this is unacceptable, and it ruins my immersion, etc. Quite the opposite. It has some stuff like reflection on the tablet. It looks really good. They definitely put a lot of work into the head of your synth companion not looking polygonal like every other sphere in every quest game does. They
Right.
definitely made sure it's not the case. So, yeah, uh, I'd say it wasn't bad even at launch, in my
Yeah.
experience.
So
At least.
I had suspected that, or at least had it in the back of my mind, because sometimes the reviewers can be overly dramatic about things and tend to accentuate the negative when they can. Um, yeah, I'm happy to report that that this game's good on Quest, or at least it is for the first 90 minutes or so that I played. D, what was your experience with this one?
This is one of the ones I did not play.
Oh, you didn't play this one? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Why would this
So
be?
yeah, so this was this won Game of the Month in one of our categories last month, didn't it, Looper? I think we chose this
I
as a
think
winner.
it was split between that and Behemoth, and one won PlayStation and the
Yeah.
other took PC.
Right.
I don't remember which one was which.
Yeah. PCVR, Alien Rogue Incursion 1, and then Behemoth was the PSVR 2.
Right.
There you go.
Right.
There you go. So that should tell you what we think about this game as a whole, and very much this is the same game. The only real differences that I could tell were graphical ones. Now that's not exactly true either. When I was playing this on PC and PlayStation, I had I think we all had legitimate complaint with the timing of the enemy drops. You could almost it was almost like they were coming in on a timer. You knew when they were coming, always, so there was never any surprise about it. They've actually fixed that now, and they're not nearly as predictable now as they were then. So I don't think that that's an improvement just for the Quest version. I think that they
No,
changed
it's
that
for all
and fixed it
platforms.
for all the platforms. But this is the first time I've played it since they implemented that, and I found that to be a pretty big improvement. So yeah, this is a really good game. Kind of a basic game, it's a pretty straightforward shooter, but these are the type of games that VR does very well, and we're all pretty fond of this one. If you have a choice, you should play it on PC or PSVR 2. If the only headset you have is a Quest headset, by all means, you should be buying this and playing it on your Quest, especially if you're a fan of the Alien franchise. Then it's a no-brainer. You should be checking it out. But yeah, very, very, very good impressions of this game on Quest. Better than a lot of people were making it out to be. We move along to a game that I did not play, a game I didn't want to play because it's just not my type of game. But fairly early on, D and Looper asked me to check out, or at least get a copy of Farming Simulator VR so that we could check it out and cover it here on the channel. This is a fairly well-known flat franchise, Farming Simulator. I think they do an annual version of this game or something like
Yeah,
that.
it's one of those yearly ones.
Like 2
But
or 3
the
years.
VR version, yeah, this is this isn't a port of any of the flat versions. This is a made for VR version of Farming Simulator. I have no desire to play these sim type games. They're just not for me. So I abstained. I didn't even take the time to play this one. But again, Looper and D really wanted to check it out. D in particular, I think, is a fan of the original series. So here we are. And I guess we'll start with you, D. What was your impressions of Farming Simulator VR, and how does it stack up to the original version of the game?
Well, I am definitely a fan of sim games, which I have played a ton of. Farming Simulator, I have actually just gotten into when I believe it was Farming Simulator 25 came out. I was playing that. But I liked it. One little aspect that it had in it that I appreciated, you get to power wash in this game. And since the makers of Power Wash Simulator have decided to cut us off in the VR content, this kind of helped a little bit.
Right, and that's not in the original game, right? That's something that's only in VR.
I don't think so. Yeah.
No. There is
Is there
power washing
power
in the
washing
original.
in
It's
there? Oh, is
completely
it?
optional, but you can buy a power washer and wash your tractors and harvesters and cars. Yeah,
This
but
one
it's
it makes
just
you do it.
to make them look better,
Yeah.
less dirty.
Well, that is interesting. Good to know that scratch is itched for those of you missing your Power Wash Sim. Even though you can still play Power Wash Sim, they quit supporting it with new DLC.
You just go
Um,
power wash your fucking front walkway too, and make your house look nicer. Get more out of that.
Exactly. That's my whole feeling on these
But it's
simulator
not
type
fun
games.
when you
is
do
like
it IRL, man. It's only fun when you do it in VR.
It's more satisfying.
Power washing is kind of satisfying to do IRL, but you don't get soggy shoes when you do it in VR. That's kind
It's
of a
true.
big plus. Looper, what was your thoughts of Farming Simulator VR?
Yeah, so my story with Farming Simulator is I played a shit ton of Farming Simulator 19. I played so much that I got a numb pinky from holding the controller too much. Yeah, because it's a very deep game. It has a lot to offer. I mean, the flat screen one. This one, the execution is great. I like the visuals. I like the feel of how you do all the stuff in it, like cultivating and seeding and harvesting. The problem for me is the scope. It's shockingly small compared to the flat screen game. In flat screen game, you have like 3 maps with 30 fields each. Here you have 1 map with 3 fields. In flat screen game, you have like tens of various tractors. Here you have 2. And
That is interesting.
it's with everything. It's basically a farming simulator experience.
Right.
What they did here. It's
So
it's really my nominee for disappointment of the year just for that reason.
Oh, damn. Disappointed.
Because I expected it to be at least like comparable. I mean, not comparable, but at least not that much shrunk.
So what you're saying, so normally, you would expect a kind of reduction of scope when you have these major flat franchises coming into VR, because the VR experience is so
Yes.
different, and there's so much. It's so much more involved to play these games in VR that you know. For example, like a lot of like games that would typically be open world are now confined, just because the experience of playing in VR,
Horizon.
every little area of the map has to have so much more detail to it now that you're on the ground and in the game. But what you're saying is, um, while that sort of reduction obviously would be expected here, um, this was way more of a change of scope than you even
Yes.
dreamed
Yes,
that it
and
would have
it's,
been.
it's not only that. I mean, there are some things I really liked about it. Like there was on a trailer, you see that in every tractor there is like this paper sheet that shows you where all the controls are, and I found it really useful and cool at the same time. That it's like some small physical thing that you can take and learn all the controls this way. And they also added the garden. The gardening is new. I think it's not in the flat, but it's I didn't find it much fun. It's more like tedious. I prefer gardening in like I don't know across the valley. Here it's
Wow.
I don't know. You just have to keep watering. You watered one plant and 10 seconds passed. Another plant needs watering. You just keep watering. I don't know why it has
Or
to
a
be
weed
that.
pops up.
Yeah, but you can
Beautiful.
ignore that at least.
Not in real life. I can tell you from experience. You start ignoring those weeds, you're done.
They'll
That's the
choke
re-
out. They'll
yeah,
choke out your
yeah,
crops.
Yeah, I know, I know. Believe me, I know. Yeah. Also, there is such thing as in the flat game. There is a big part of it is a feature of AI workers that you hire to do the work for you. So basically, the way I mostly play farming sim is I bring all the machines to the positions, to the fields where they should perform the work, and I hire an AI worker, and I can watch the stuff they do, like I can do from my window on the countryside. By here, I can do it on flat screen, but not in VR. In VR, you can hire a worker, and it just shows a progress bar.
So
And
you can't
cannot-
watch it happening in real time.
No. And you can't even enter the field while it happens. You can't interrupt and go like on your own. Yeah, so it really feels like they did some great work, but in a very small amount.
Do you think
It
it's
feels
because
like-
that you could set like 5 or 6 tasks? I mean, too many things going on at once, so they didn't let you do anything. You know what I mean? Like instead of being able to watch your workers, because I'm assuming at some point in this type of game you could have multiple people doing multiple things.
The problem is you only have one field at the beginning. You have 2 more to unlock, but you have to earn money first to buy them, and that's okay. But in the flat games, you have a couple of fields from the beginning, and that's why you want to parallelize. That's why you want to have an AI worker to do one thing and you doing yourself another thing. But here there is just one field. There is basically 2 things I can do while the AI worker does the job. I can go to the garden, which I don't like because of constant watering, or I can just go like spend 8 hours, like sleep, skip 8 hours. So that's what that's what I end up doing. Like assign worker, skip 8 hours. It's not really fun.
So, in the game, they hire AI workers to work the fields. In real life, they hire IA workers to man the fields.
It's backwards.
So essentially, Looper, what I think you're saying here is that this game is really well done. It's fun, but it seems more like a VR mode than a VR game. Is that essentially? It's
like
so reduced in scope. It seems like something that would have been added on to the real game for like free.
Yeah, it would probably make sense, but I don't know.
Roots, did you play this at all?
I went in and I shot some baskets on the. Let's see, if you watch this trailer, that's the key. Although I will throw to the devs that they didn't make it. Doesn't feel natural. It feels like a really heavy basketball. Now I just kind of poked around and checked out the tractors and I thought it was really cool. The like the same thing that Looper was saying with the instructions on what to do was everywhere, and it was cool with the tractors and stuff.
Yeah.
But it's kind of disappointing, these type of games, they're all built on and of course scope is going to be what it is, but they're all built on progression to where you're slowly building to a point to where you have to hire that AI person, and you do get a satisfaction of watching them. Like when I've been playing Schedule 1, growing weed and shit, like you watch the guy, he's bagging his drugs and getting everything ready. You watch them running around doing their thing. That's kind of cool. It would be kind of a bummer to watch a progress bar. You know what I mean? That's kind of, and I kind of see why. Like I said, if you had multiple tasks going on at some point, they have to worry about resources. But it's one of the reasons why I don't like big titles like this coming out on Quest. If this was a PC title, they wouldn't have to worry about that. They could give us the legitimate full fucking game in VR versus a taste of it. I'm just tired of tastes of a real game in virtual reality. It's not enough for me to be able to turn the wrench and work on the, and feel like I'm really doing it. Well, give me a reason to really do it. Give me the full game with the full gameplay loop and all the satisfying things that comes along with it, and not just like a small portion of it. That's my thought on it. But I thought everything that Looper said, I thought it was done very well, very polished. I didn't really remember feeling any jank in anything that I tried to do. So.
Oh, also the workshop part is also new. It's and I do like how they do it. Yeah.
So what do you think? What do you think? Your common VR gamer is going to think about this. Somebody who hasn't played the original farming simulator on
You're
flat.
probably gonna enjoy it.
Right. So basically.
Yeah. So all my disappointment comes from being a flat screen franchise fan. Otherwise, I think it's a great experience.
So
I'd
if
say
I were
from
into
a-
this kind of game, then I would be okay with this. I'm just not into simulator games.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, me being a fan of sim games and a VR gamer, I'd like this game. Really do.
Cool. What was the price on this one? I didn't make a note of that.
I
That's
have
probably.
it
It's
here. Hold
on
on
a
one
higher side.
All right, give me a second here, and I'll confirm. Because I feel like that's going to be a lot of it for a lot of people. These flat franchises typically come to VR with high price tags, and I feel like if this
No,
is
not too high. It's 25.
$24.99
oh
USD.
that's reasonable. I was worried that this was going to be
Yeah,
more
that's
than
fine.
$30, and if it's over $30, then it should be closer to the flat experience. But 25 is not bad.
I say this is definitely a good step in the right direction for sim games in VR.
Yeah. So well, let's ask you that then, D. How do you think this stacks up to some of the other sim style games that we have? Have you played? I know you've played Power Wash Sim. Have you played? Have you played Dig VR yet?
I have actually,
Ha-
and
And
it's it was a while ago, so I'm trying to remember exactly.
well, we'll be
I-
playing it again soon as it's coming to PlayStation VR
Sweet.
immediately, pretty much. So
I remember knocking a lot of stuff over and losing points with that damn freaking excavator or whatever you want to call it. But yeah, I'm a fan of, like I said, of sim games, and this and Dig VR both definitely.
So
Thumbs up.
this is definitely what I'm trying to get at is I have a feeling here in terms of like polish and minute to minute gameplay that this is probably superior to what your typical VR sim.
Only if you
As-
exclude Modrunner VR.
But yeah, Mudrunner. Mudrunner.
Modrunner is way above this one.
I hated that game. Oh,
I
wait,
know.
I just had to throw that
I know.
out
I know you both hated it, but it's great. It's
I
what I
didn't
call
hate
the most realistic game on the platform, both in terms of graphics and physics. It's the roads are degradable.
Mm.
You have the tire tracks, and it ruins the road. And
I just
there
realized
is
I'm
a
never-
ton of stuff like that.
I'm never
It's,
gonna mud run in real life. I just realized
Yeah,
that's
I know.
if it's like real life, I that's the thing. I just felt like shit to me. That I just felt like I didn't like the way the driving felt in that. But I mean, I guess I just probably sucked at it. Is my guess.
Yeah, I didn't hate Mudrunner. I didn't hate it. I thought it was pretty fun. I don't remember what it was. There was something else that month that I liked.
And
more,
it's also lesser scope than the flat screen games, but it's not that that ratio that we have here
Right.
with Farming Sim.
Okay. All right. Cool. So yeah, with the exception of Mudrunner, we have some uncommonly good polish here. The scope in general isn't bad unless you're coming from the Farming Simulator 25, in which case it's going to be a major disappointment in terms of scope.
But
But
by the way, I went into Farming Sim 25 recently, and they have street banners of Farming Sim VR in it, which is cute. It would be cool if Farming Sim VR could return could have street banners of flat Farming Sim 25 in return, but unfortunately there is no streets in the VR game. So
I see. Well, maybe next time, maybe we'll get a farming simulator. I don't know. I guess they would have to call it VR2, because if they put a year on the VR version of the game, then people are going to think
It's the
that
same
it's a
game.
port. Yeah,
Yeah.
they're going to think it's a port of the flat. And,
Hopefully there'll be a port
clearly
someday,
It's not.
because I think there's room for it. I think there's room for
Yeah.
people like Looper that want to have their fucking pinky fall off. Because when I played that Schedule 1, that first, remember I streamed it like 12 hours or whatever. Literally, my
while.
my pinky was like, it was hurting. I couldn't move it. Like there's something about this type of game when if it's got that if that feedback
That hook?
loop, it feels good and you just keep going and going and going.
There you go.
You know, who loves it when it feels good and he keeps going and going and going.
She loves it a little too much.
Yeah, she keeps going to her pinky gets numb sometimes.
Yeah, that's right.
Anyways, we move along from Farming Simulator VR to another VR, I guess Quest exclusive, Detective VR. So this is obviously a detective game, story driven. whodunit inspired. The big kind of caveat, the big loop here is that this is a mixed reality title. This is not a standard VR game. And I guess we'll start with you, Looper, to kind of explain what this game is, how it uses mixed reality, and what you thought of it.
Yeah, in fact, it's both mixed reality and virtual reality because it has different sections. Basically, the mixed reality part is your headquarters, where you do all the board work with all the evidence. And then you have like field work where you go to different places, and those places are in VR. It's in VR sections it uses node-to-node teleportation, and it was initially targeted for hand tracking to the point where controllers weren't even properly working in the first versions of the game, but luckily they did a lot of patches. They fixed the issues with controllers, so now you can play just fine both ways. Yeah. So
the interview segments. So the way that this game is set up is you're trying to solve the mystery, right? You interview people, some of which are telling the truth, others are lying, and based on their interview, that kind of creates a scene, so to speak.
Right.
And then you go from the mixed reality interview segments into the scene itself, and the scenes are in full VR, and you can explore and investigate, to some extent. Obviously you're hindered by the node-to-node teleportation.
Yeah.
But so with the interviews, are you revisiting scenes based on different information that you're getting from people?
Kinda. You unlock new scenes that took place in the same areas or in different ones. It can go both ways. So, and actually you can uncover scenes that occur later or earlier in the timeline. And this is important for the end game, because in the end game you actually have to arrange them in order, which was a surprise for me because I didn't pay enough attention.
And it adds some variability to the game, right? Too, because there isn't just like a straight line path to the end, but depending on how you handle your interviews and what order you take them in, it kind of shifts.
It doesn't really matter too much because you end up unlocking everything anyway. And right. I must say that it's very repetitive. You do all the same things over and over again. So you really have to be into this kind of detective stuff. Luckily I am. So basically the game loop is that you go to those scenes, you take photos, sometimes, and you have to guess what to shoot, because you just know that you have to collect this number of evidence, and you try to take pictures of everything. When you take picture of something that's an evidence, you get like a pop-up that says you got another evidence. Also, you have this timeline control. You can fast forward, you can rewind, and sometimes the characters, they reveal something that you can also take a photo of and make an evidence from. Yeah, so I must say that the voice acting sounds quite professional, but the character animations are really weird. It doesn't look like they did any kind of motion capture. It looks like it was like programmed directly, and sometimes it leads to very weird gestures and postures, like something like what you see when you play Arizona Sunshine multiplayer or something.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Okay.
Uh,
So
and
that's not
yeah.
a huge disappointment in terms of like realism or what have you. I'm more concerned about the interview segments. How much freedom do you have in terms of like how those interviews go? Are there dialogue options that you can kind of choose from to maybe try to catch them in a lie or something like that based on knowledge that you have that they might not know that you have that you've worked out from another witness? Or is it more like straightforward, just um, they're using the interview sections basically to just tell the story and there is no game to the interview?
No, you perform a lot of actions in those segments, but they are very mechanical. So the way it works is you collected this evidence from the scene, you have those items, and then you, on each of the items, you can discover like 3 types of information, like fingerprints, a blood type if there is any blood, and some textual information like this object belongs to this person because it's written on it, or maybe if it's a picture of a smartphone, there is some message on the smartphone from some other person. So yeah, and then you just connect the dots as it's shown here on the trailer, and if you connect them right, you have like a green line. If you connect them wrong, it's red line. So basically, you can just do trial and error and be good. And whenever you discover any line that is right, a videotape appears on it. Then you can then play this videotape and ask each of the persons you interrogate what they think on this connection. And most of the time it's stuff like, yes, it's my smartphone, of course it has my fingerprints. But sometimes it's something more interesting. And when you discover some important connection, it like ticks a check that you have a goal to prove that this person had these intentions or that this person was there at that point. And you have check, yes, it's proven. When you have like 2 checks on this picture, the next scene unlocks. And you keep doing that stuff over and over again.
Is it challenging enough that when you do make an important connection or reveal something that's pivotal, does it feel rewarding? Do you feel like you've really accomplished something? Like, man, I'm smart because
it feels rewarding in the sense that I can proceed.
oh yeah, of course.
I wouldn't call it challenging because there is no fail state. You just keep trying.
I see. So there's no fail state. You didn't particularly find it to be challenging. Would you call this more of an experience than an actual game?
Maybe it didn't feel for me like an experience. It felt like I'm playing through it. But yeah, I guess by the definition, if you cannot die, it's not a game. It's not a game. But I'm not sure it's the only possible definition.
Yeah, I don't think that's a hard definition. My whole thing is
it feels like a game, but it feels like a very repetitive game. That's what I should say.
I think there's a lot of potential for this concept. My worry is that, you know, being from a small dev team and their first project, not a lot of funding, that the scope of what's available to you is going to make the experience not feel exactly authentic. I felt like if you took this gameplay premise and put a big budget behind it, that it would be more like a puzzle game. And sure, you can trial and error your way through it. But if it were had the proper scope, then you're just the possibility would be is that you never got it. You would just be sitting there for long periods of time, barking up the wrong tree, chasing theories that are not based in fact, and then the challenge would be to kind of through dialogue and examining evidence from kind of an outside the box way, through tricking people, through manipulating people with dialogue, through examining evidence in new ways that you didn't think about before, then that reveals the path that you should go down in terms of further investigation. So I think there's a lot of potential here for this concept as a game. I'm not sure that this kind of 1.0 version of it is going to be broad enough in terms of scope to be a super rewarding experience for people that enjoy this sort of thing. That, again, I haven't played it. I'm just kind of giving you my thoughts on what my concerns are here. Did you enjoy this? Did you think it was fun? Did you find it rewarding, challenging?
I did, but that's me. I'm pretty sure not many people will, just because it's the same thing all over again. I really enjoyed the story, by the way. The story is great.
Did you finish this? Play all the way through?
Yes, and I really like how the story ends. It was, I mean, they leave hints for that, but I couldn't believe it's that, and it's really cool that it is.
Well, that's cool to hear you say. How long did it take you to finish it?
I'd say it took me like a good amount of time. I think maybe 5 to 6 hours or so.
That's not bad.
Mhm.
So I think the big draw here, well, there's a couple. Namely, one, you just said it, the story. The story's super cool. And this is even if you say, well, this isn't a game, if it's an interactive experience, it still can be awesome and worth your time and worth your money if the story is cool, and it sounds like the story is cool.
Right.
I think this is $30. Someone in the chat said this is $30.
$29.99.
I'm not sure it was about this or the other thing they were talking about.
You might have been talking about LA Noire
LA
VR.
Noire. Yeah.
That's right. So I'll look up the price for this.
I think it's
It is
cheaper.
$29.99.
Oh.
So it is
it's-
$29.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
So what was your experience with this? How much of it did you play, and what did you think about the premise for a game like this?
I didn't get that far into it. I didn't realize it was a mixed reality. I'm not too crazy on mixed reality because I go into gaming to get out of my reality. But I like detective games and stuff like that, so I did go into it for a little bit. This first scene that's in this clip right here, I think that was the first one that they put you in, right? I think. But I
They
got
keep rolling
stuck.
through different scenes.
But yeah, I got stuck in that room. Couldn't.
So you did get stuck. That's actually cool. That makes me feel better.
So there was some other clue that I was missing. I want to say from the tablet or the booklet or what, I forgot exactly how it was because I did play this early on, and I didn't get a chance to get back into it. But I'm missing one clue. I'm like, well, maybe it's this. Nope. Well, maybe it's this. Nope. So.
Awesome.
Yeah, so the way
Okay,
you
that-
get stuck, you just can't find the thing you have to take a photo of. So there is no you just keep trying, and if it's nothing that you can see, you are stuck. Yeah.
Okay, so basically,
It's like a
It's-
hidden object
it's-
game.
I forget. Did they have
are there
hints in here
clues?
or
Are there
no?
clues?
No, not really. I mean, there are some. If you see like blood splats, it's probably important or something like that. But
But I
not
mean,
necessarily, actually.
But I don't mean like physical clues, so to speak. You're trying to determine what the evidence is, what you need to be taking a picture of. You're saying you can get stuck if you can't figure out what that evidence is. Are there contextual clues in like the dialogue that says, well, maybe I need to search this area or search for this type of object based on the conversation that I had?
You don't really have conversations. I mean, this interrogation doesn't work like a dialogue. You just ask them about some connections. So yeah, maybe sometimes you can deduct something from what you heard previously, but most of the times you just try to take photos of everything. If you see an object, you take a photo and hope it's important.
Okay.
That's what
And,
real detectives do, Wes. Just take
Yeah.
pictures of everything.
Yeah. I thought I was
And
taking
wait for a
pictures of
pop-up
everything,
to appear.
but
Yeah, like real
maybe
life.
you have to be at a
Just
certain
like real life.
distance to catch stuff, with the pictures. But I was trying to snap pictures of everything and still stuck.
Okay. So, I'm not a big detractor or proponent of mixed reality. I think mixed reality can be really cool if it makes sense for the gameplay concept. For example, earlier when we were talking about boxing games, like it makes sense to have a boxing game in VR, so you can have the freedom to really cut loose and go for it. Wall Town Wonders, people are talking about in the chat, that makes sense for mixed reality because it literally is about these civilizations that are growing in your walls. Mixed reality, in most cases, though, has been a gimmick up to this point. Most games are just adding it in because they know that that's what meta wants you to put in your game. So they're adding it in there in the hopes that meta will help promote their game when it makes it to the Quest store. Is mixed reality, does it have any type of real purpose? Does it add anything to this title? Or does it detract? Or does it just doesn't make any difference? It would be the same in VR as it is in mixed reality. It just doesn't matter. In your opinion, Looper?
Yeah, it definitely does feel like a gimmick here. Yes, you can have a detective board on your real room wall. You see those people appearing in your room. Kind of cool, yeah, but doesn't really change the gameplay in any way.
I see. So yeah, in my opinion, the mixed reality then is just a side note. It really.
Yeah.
Does it detract? Does it take away? When you're in there, Looper, do you feel like, man, this would be so much better if I were in a fake room as opposed to my
No,
real
it kind
room?
of makes sense because, as I said, it's kind of your HQ. So you are home when you are doing this evidence work, and you are out there when you do the field work.
Right. So it's just something that you would talk about as as being here. We mention it because it's there, but it doesn't really have much of an impact one way or the other.
Influence one.
Here's where I think it does have an impact, or at least for me. We all talk about immersion breaking. There's nothing more immersion breaking in the middle of a fucking game than seeing my room. You know what I mean? Like, oh, I'm going from scene to scene. I'm in the game. I'm in these cool environments. I'm checking out and doing detective work, and then all of a sudden I'm back in my room and I'm looking at fucking trash on the floor or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, I just feel like everybody's so worried about things pulling them out of the experience, but we're supposed to forget that that's not going to be jarring at all, or that's not going to pull you out of it. And maybe for some people it wouldn't. For me, it does. I just, like, why can't I have an option? And maybe it's there where I can do the board in the fucking game too. Like, I don't understand why it has to be mixed reality outside of what Wes just said, because meta likes it and they'll push it more. You know what I mean? Like, I don't like gimmicks in any way. Even if it can make sense, it kind of doesn't make sense. There's really no reason for that to be there unless you really think it's cool to put that board on your wall. It's the same reason with everything else. Even the Wall Town Wonders, even though it is a civilization in the wall, until you can make it my room look as clear as that fucking civilization, immersion breaking. Like,
well, they're bringing it to PlayStation, and they are making the VR, and it will have great looking rooms.
Hey,
yeah. It will be a better version
with that one.
Yeah, I think it'll be a better version. And down the road, when there is no difference, when that camera is so clear that it looks just as clear as the game, it's just the contrast. Even though it's way better than Quest 2, it's still got that grainy look to it, and it's not warped, but it's still not like my normal view of what I see in real life, or even worse, crystal clear, sharp image, better than my eyesight, right in the middle of fucking Blurryville. I just don't like it.
So I'll say one more thing on this, and then we'll move on, because I don't want to get bogged down on this one title for too long. In general, I disagree with Roots' take on it. I think even when it is a gimmick, if it's done right and implemented well in the game, I think it's a cool gimmick. It's still
just make it
it's
optional.
still new. It's still new, and most of the time when I experience good mixed reality, even when it makes no sense, it's still like, that's pretty cool. Where it's not cool, and what I think for me is the biggest kind of downside to mixed reality right now, is the setup is so much more involved. If you want to have a good mixed reality experience, you have to have a perfect room setup, and most of the time I don't even take time to do like the guardian boundary. I just turn it off, because I don't want to deal with drawing the fucking line on my floor, but to do mixed reality, you've got to get the room dimensions perfect. You have to tell it where every wall and every piece of furniture is, and where every window's at. No, you don't have to be that detailed with it, but if you want your experience to be good, you do. You have to be that detailed with it. That's the big downside for mixed reality to me. It's the setup. It's a pain in my ass, and I don't really want to do it. And sometimes it moves like a half a foot one way, and if it does that, you have to erase it and start it all over again.
Some games you can't play.
Skewed.
Right? You can't unless you set up the room. That one of the games on this list I went to go into, and it said you had to set it up to be able to play.
The mixed reality games force you. Yeah, the mixed reality games force you to.
Well, guess what, Wes? I've never set my room up, and I never fucking will. So as soon as I went into that game, I immediately left. It said, "Oh, you got to set this up." I said, "No, I don't. You fuck you," and I shut it. I quit. So like I feel like sometimes it can actually probably there's got to be more people like that than just me, that they just immediately would lose the sale or the game, me playing it, I don't know. I don't want to I'm like you, I barely want to draw the border, and it's mainly because meta will make me fucking redraw it 17 times between now and next week anyway.
What
So
game was
Well,
that
I'll
when we
tell
were
you
trying
what's
to do
going to
that?
happen. I'm sorry, D. What was that?
No, I was trying to remember the game where we were having all that fun trying to get the room set up with mixed
It
reality.
I think it was
it was
Aspire
the
2.
no, it was the zombie game.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe that one.
The shit. What's it called? The
I've
really
never
good
seen
zombie.
D so
Home Invasion.
frustrated. D was
It
so
didn't
frustrated.
help that you were in my ear
Drop
the whole
Dead the
freaking
Cabin.
time, but
Home
Yeah,
Invasion.
it was the cabin. Yeah, home
The
invasion.
Yeah, the
Cabin,
cabin. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I don't know. It's just,
And
it's
that's one of
cool.
the
It's a
better
cool
ones.
technology, but it's just too. It's way too much for me for something that I don't feel is necessary. Like I'm kind of in the if I'm gonna do mixed reality, I agree with the motion, and that's easy because I don't have to set shit up. You just am able
Well,
to see.
eventually, that's what it'll be. You'll just go look around, and the AI will say, "That's a chair. That's a window." It'll automatically draw everything up for you, and that'll be the end of it. But
Yeah.
we're not there yet.
Close.
It also it's already trying to do that, and it kinda sometimes succeeds, but kinda and sometimes.
That is trash. That is dirty clothes. Anyway.
Yeah, my
we
biggest
move
issue
along.
with mixed reality is that there is no stick turning. I always try to stick turn in mixed reality and it doesn't work.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That sucks.
That tracks. But anyway, Detective VR. I think Looper's really the only one that had extensive time in it. Impressions generally positive, even if the mixed reality isn't exactly necessary. The gameplay is repetitive, but I think the verdict is that the story makes it worth it in the end. Yes, Looper?
Yes, I would say so.
Yes. Yeah, story's super cool.
If
It's a
you're
cool way
patient
of
enough.
telling a story in VR. Yeah, if you're patient enough to jump through all the hoops to get the story, it feels like it's worth it in the end. We move along to our next nominee. This is a game I've been interested in since it was announced. Retronika. This is it starts off as kind of a driving game, but they introduce fairly quickly some shooting mechanics, some pretty basic, drone shooting in it. But it is like a scenario-based driving game, essentially. But it's driving in 3 axes. So you're floating in the sky on a sky motorbike. It's the world of Back to the Future where people are driving cars in the air, but for some reason it's still narrowly put into like roads. It's like you can't just go anywhere. You have to stay on the sky road. But pretty cool concept for a game. You basically got 3 cars across and 3 cars up and down, kind of square tube that you're driving through, invisible tube, and it gives you like situations to play through, like get to the end of the track in X amount of time, kill X amount of enemies. Again, this is all like very early. It can continue to unfold later in the game after I quit playing, and I'm sure Looper will tell us more about that in a moment. But a cool concept for a game. It is motorcycle style movement, so like you grab the handlebars and turn to go left and right, and you kind of tilt them up and down to move up and down. They do give you the option for stick controls, which I didn't try out. I only did the default movement on it. The only real issue I had with the control scheme was that it uses the thumbstick for throttle, and I wasn't really comfortable with that. I would rather have a button press of some sort to be the throttle, and the stick option still had the joystick as being the throttle, so I didn't switch to it. Fairly basic game at first, but some pretty nice features in terms of like upgrades. So like each run has like a little story to it, and you earn money for each level. And when you get back to the headquarters, you can spend that money upgrading your bike. I think the bike has 8 different categories that you can upgrade
Six,
it
I
in,
think.
and it's 6, 6 on the bike itself, and then 2 more for like, one was for a shield, and the other one was for like missiles or something like that.
Oh,
Um,
maybe
so
I
6
missed
on,
that.
yeah, there was 6 on the bike itself in terms of how the bike drives, and then there was like another one. If you click on another icon, that
Oh,
one of them was for defense capability, and the other one was for offense capability. Um,
interesting.
and yeah, there's weapons. I didn't play long enough to see if there's progression to like the guns that you have, or if you just keep the original blaster through the whole thing. Um, but a decent concept for a game. Um, didn't have maybe quite as much fun as I expected when I was playing. It was fun. I expected I was really going to love it, and it was just kind of all right. Um, I didn't think it was as good as something like shit. What's the game I'm thinking of? The motorcycle game that came
Runner.
out. Runner. I didn't think it was
Yeah,
as good
Pentagram
as
Hellcat
Runner.
says Runner 2.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Um, but yeah, I thought it was pretty good. I didn't think it's nearly as good as Runner, but it was okay for the time that I played it. Um, Roots, I think you played it, but you didn't play it very long, right?
Yeah, I didn't care for it, but I didn't. I kind of see. My problem was I went into the virtual strangers, and there was already a game, and I didn't want to start a new one and erase somebody else's progress, and then so like I didn't know. I like went into the middle of something else. I didn't know what was happening. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like
you
in the
can.
middle of somebody else's game, and then I didn't. I probably wouldn't have done a tutorial anyway. But I couldn't move the car, the vehicle. I didn't know there was a stick mode, and I didn't know you had to pull up or lean or whatever. And so I was like, what the fuck is happening here? And I didn't feel like the gunplay felt satisfying to me. That was my biggest thing, is I was shooting things because I couldn't steer, but I was able to shoot things, and that was the one thing I could do. It just didn't feel that satisfying. I didn't play it that long, but
Yeah.
that I think something like this, it needs to be like, wow, like just feel really good, and it just didn't.
Yeah, so I can see from the trailer here that the guns are upgradable. There's a lot of different weapons that they're showing off here, and that
Maybe that's
obviously
it.
is going to have a big impact on it. And in terms of the original gunplay, yeah, you wouldn't see the value in it just sitting still and not doing anything else. The challenge of it is while you're driving and you're trying to stay in the box and you're trying not to hit stuff and you're trying to shoot things that are attacking you. It's the kind of combination of all of it that gives it the challenge and the fun. I did find it a bit disappointing that the game's not family share enabled. So like you said, we all had to kind of play on the same account. And I like for games to have one or the other, right? Like, you don't have to support family share. But if you don't support family share, you should have an option for multiple save states in the game. So if I buy this game and I want to let my kids play it, or I want to let my wife play it, they should be able to have their own save, one way or the other. So that was a little bit disappointing. Now, in terms of our situation, where we're going in and someone else has played, you can go to if you just hit back on the mission screen, it'll take you to like the level select, and you could go back to the earlier levels and replay them. which is what I should have done. But I did start a new game and erased all the progress. So sorry, whoever
That's
did
probably
all that.
Probably D's.
But
No, I just have cloud saves off, so it doesn't affect me.
all right, good deal. So yeah, I thought it was pretty fun. From the looks of the trailer, after you get these other guns and stuff, it's going to be much more fun. I only played it. I don't even think I played it for an hour. I just played through like, I played through most of the first like act or chapter or whatever it was. D, what did you think about this one? Did you play it very much? And if so, what did you think?
I don't remember how long I played it for, but I went into this like not looking at anything, not knowing anything about it, and I'm like, Retronika, okay, this is gonna be some kind of like retro style kind of game. Wrong. But I did like it. I did like the artwork in it.
Yeah, it looks.
The
it looks
one
good.
the one thing that annoyed the hell out of me was your little robot friend in the game.
Yeah, Claptrap
Whatever his
V2.
frickin'
Yeah,
name is. I want to slam him against the wall. But yeah. But other than that, yeah, no. There was a couple of times, like you were saying, with like the stick and the throttle, using the thumbstick for the throttle, where the throttle had kind of like slowed down. But I didn't move my thumbstick or anything. Like I didn't make.
well, it's sensitive. If you take
super.
it like off of the center axis a little bit, it lets off the throttle. That's the reason why I didn't like it. For those of you who are new to the channel, my left thumb is surgically repaired, and it doesn't bend in the middle, and it's somewhat numb. So having any like super precise control on the left stick is problematic for me. I'm pretty good with it, but I'm not going to keep it perfect 100% of the time. And if you veer just a little bit left or right, it's going to let off the throttle, which in a timed level is a problem, right?
Yeah.
Anyways.
And then there's certain just like certain marks that you have to hit in order to pass that level. There is some of them like the checkpoints. That's what the word I was thinking of. But I wouldn't pass the level because I missed a checkpoint, but I don't remember seeing or getting any kind of like notification that I noticed that I missed something, you know? Like usually someone would be like, or just like something on the screen to like show you, hey, you already missed this. Me as a gamer, like I would restart that level if I would have known that I missed something because I hate missing,
Right.
you know? But
You know, one of the things I thought was kind of weird was there were times where the campaign just kind of kept going when I felt like it should have taken you back to the base. And there were times I felt like I failed, like the level, like I didn't make it to the end. When the screen popped up, there was a lock, so it wouldn't let me go to the next one. But then when I went back to the base, it was unlocked there.
Interesting.
So did I succeed or did I fail? Like there was some
Little bit of
weirdness
both.
in the way that the level unfolded that I wasn't exactly clear with. Looper, what did you think about this one? How
Yeah.
far did you play? I'm sure you played probably farther than any of us did, right?
Maybe, but not too far. Well, one thing I wanted to say first is those other cars in the traffic are such jerks. They go left and right, up and down with no good reason, like they're the only ones on the street. Yeah, so it's really tough to navigate
female
through it
drivers?
all.
Is that what you're saying?
Kind of
Female drivers?
realistic. in
No
that
comment.
way, yeah.
Yeah, so I think there is like 50 or so levels in the whole campaign, and I'm on like level 16 maybe, and I spent like 3 hours or so, so it's quite a big game. Yeah, so first of all, speaking of the controls, The way it works is normally on games like I don't know, I don't remember the name, VRS SDK something.
VRider
VRider,
SDK.
yeah. So you normally lean with
Right.
your body and both hands. Here you don't. Here you like move, rotate in a horizontal plane like you would do on a bicycle maybe. And that's one control. You can also do it one-handed with another hand being
Yeah.
the weapon. And in that control scene, as you mentioned, the left thumbstick controls the throttle. Another control scheme.
Or the right. You can do it on the right too if you're.
Oh
holding
yeah,
on with the
depending on
right.
which hand you are holding on the handle, right?
But
Yeah,
if you hold with both hands, and you're throttling with the right stick, and you let go with the right hand, then the right stick doesn't work anymore. You have to be grabbing.
Yeah, it has to
at
be
all
the hand you are
times.
grabbing with. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the other control scheme is where you use the left stick for navigating, that is turning right and left and also changing the vertical position. And then you use R2 and L2 for throttle and brake. But again, you have to have the corresponding hand on the handle. So
You
if
still
you
have to grab the handle. What the
yeah,
fuck? Okay.
yeah. So in both control schemes, in order to be able to navigate completely, you need both hands. So I ended up sticking with the default control scheme because with the stick navigation, for me it turned out to be too easy to accidentally move vertically when I just want to shift left or right, because you have to be really precise to only move the stick horizontally. Yeah, and in the middle of a fight, it's really inconvenient to be out of the road on the vertical line. Yeah. So the way it works, if you go out of the road, you constantly suffer damage.
Oh yeah.
Same. Yeah.
So you have a power bar, and that power bar is your everything. It's the fuel for your bike. It's your health. It's the ammo for your
Right.
gun. And when you run that power bar out, you're done.
Yeah. So far in those 16 levels, I had one boss fight already. It was quite a cool one. It took me a couple of attempts, maybe 4. I maybe even had to upgrade something. Although probably if I knew about this thing, Wes, you told about like shield and rockets, maybe I wouldn't have to. But yeah. Speaking of weapons, you do unlock them as you go through the story. So at some story points you have this... actually, even if you complete a level successfully, sometimes it doesn't let you proceed to the next one. It makes you go to the menu because you have unlocked something important, like a new weapon.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, and
So
with
it's
the weapons...
probably just my general misunderstanding of that is what made it feel so confusing.
I'm not
to
sure.
me.
Not sure. From your description, it was something else. Yeah, and with the weapons, like Ruth said, the gunplay is off. What was really off for me personally was the gun aiming angle, and it's not configurable. So I think I have to hold it way too much down. I have to bend my hand much more than I would prefer to.
So you're saying it
In
needs
order-
a gun angle
Yeah,
adjustment
adjusted.
in the
Yeah,
menu.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's
I see.
really lacking. But in general, I enjoyed my time with it. I like some different stuff that it does. Like sometimes it's just bots that go in front of you. Sometimes it's like some turrets that shoot at you. At the later levels, there are even some cars in the traffic that are shooting at you. So yeah, it's cool variety even at like 1/3 of the whole content.
Yeah, so judging by what you're saying and by what I'm seeing in the footage here, um, maybe this game is the game I was hoping for it to be. After all, it just progressed a little too slowly, and I
Yeah,
had
it takes
obviously,
its time. Yeah.
yeah, and obviously with me playing on a schedule here and trying to get as many of these games done as I possibly could. Um, I didn't give this one enough time to get as fun as I was hoping it would be. So, um, yeah, I think maybe this one is one that I go back into and maybe give it another hour, and maybe it turns out to be what I was hoping for after all. Again, not that my experience was bad. I did have fun with it, but I had really high hopes for it. I thought I was going to be blown away with it. Super original, uh, shooter game, where I was just kind of had more of an average experience with it. But good to know. Retronika. Um, this one, I don't think costs very much. Let me just check. Retronika, boom. Normally, 6 9. Normally $10. On sale for $7 right now. So, shit, yeah. Even at $10, it's worth that. Like even with the kind of average experience I was having, like it was a $10 game all day long. Yeah, it's actually kind of surprising how low the pricing is on that one. And while I'm thinking about it, the Detective VR, we were talking about how it's $30. It is also on sale right now, $20 on sale. Anyways, we move along to the next game on the Quest list, and this one was kind of a late entry for us. A game that I was not aware of when it launched. I didn't see any kind of marketing for it or anything. But when I was going through making the February list, I always go through and just kind of skim the storefronts to make sure I didn't miss anything. And Selina, Mind at Large, was one that I missed. And I clicked on it. I didn't, again, just judging from the title, like it didn't sound anything particularly compelling. But then when I clicked into the store page and started looking at what the game was, it seemed to be something different, which is what we're looking for all the time in VR, is something different, something unique. This seemed like it was somewhat surreal, which is again something that we've talked about many times. There's not enough surreal games in VR that kind of put you in these like dreamlike scenarios. So I reached out and asked for a key. The developers, after some time, were kind enough to reply and send us a game key for this. And upon getting in and playing it, happy to report that yeah, my instincts were correct about this one. This is a very surreal experience, very unique type of game, and while obviously, as is the case with most of these games, I didn't play quite as much of it as I would have liked to. I played enough to know that this is a really, really cool experience. And before I kind of get into what's cool about it, I'll just Roots. Did you did check this one out, right?
I did actually, and I'm just realizing that this trailer is like fucking huge, man. What is going on here? Let me.
Well, I'll let you resize the trailer and.
No, it's resized.
Oh, you got it. Okay.
Yep. Yeah. So, yeah. I. What's funny is like you had said in the Discord to check this out, that you were kind of hoping that it was gonna be that type of game, and that it actually ended up being what you thought it would be. You know what it reminded me a lot of, or in a lot of ways, was Wolves in the Walls, or whatever that that experience. It was like that, but on a different level. It was like progression wise. I felt like which we did. We fast forwarded several years, and there's this similar type of thing, but it's an actual game, and the puzzles uh, like every puzzle game like this that starts out basic, but it like didn't. I just feel like it's just so unique. I won't go into too much detail. I thought it was really good. It was probably my favorite game that I played on out of all the games I played on this list. I spent the most amount of time in this thing, and I didn't want to stop. I wanted to keep exploring the city. I wanted to go to the next area. I thought it was really cool.
Yeah. So, for those of you not familiar with this game, this is a puzzle game. It takes place mainly inside the mind of a child. The game world is basically derived from the lead character, Selina, from her memories. So you're constantly in these kind of like dreamlike environments. And what's really cool about them is they're kind of like these MC Escher paintings where like the floor is on the ceiling, and the wall over here is a floor as well, and there's another ceiling on the right. So like every surface of the room, or even the outside world, any surface can be a floor essentially, and many of them on the indoors, they're all floors. But the game has a really cool mechanic that you can teleport to any point on the map,
or rather
or in the room, anywhere, and whatever point you teleport to, whether it be the floor or the ceiling or another building wall across the way, whatever you teleport to, that becomes the floor. So like you're on the floor, you point at the wall and teleport to it. The whole game world rotates 45 degrees, and now you're standing on what was the wall, but now it's the floor. A really cool mechanic. Not the easiest on the stomach. Like it didn't bother me, but it did disorient me quite a bit. So if you're someone who has trouble with like VR sickness, this game's probably going to get you. Although there are,
I think they have some
comfort
options for that.
yeah, there's comfort options for sure. But no, it's really cool because in the early stages of the game, which I played, the puzzles are all flow puzzles, like water, like liquid flowing through channels and paths. And when you change and teleport to another surface, and when it becomes the floor, the gravity in the room changes as well. So like the whole concept of the puzzling in the early part of the game is getting the water from point A to point B, and so you'll get it like halfway across the floor, and then you'll put a blocker to stop it there, and then you'll click on the ceiling, which is where the next like channel is for the water to pour into. And then when you teleport to the ceiling, the gravity in the room flips, so the water from the path before starts falling now and gets caught in the next part of the puzzle, and the water keeps moving on, and so on and so forth. So not only is it a unique concept for the story, and a unique concept for the world building, it's also a unique take on flow puzzles. And overall, it's a really polished experience. It feels like, and I didn't look into the developer. They might have a rich development history, but it feels like this is a VR game done by some very talented developers with some money behind them, because it's really a polished experience. Um, Super impressed with this. Looper, what was your thoughts about this title?
Yeah, so I really like this traversal mechanic. It doesn't really feel like teleport. It feels more like grappling, because you point and you pull, like in many
Yeah, right.
like I don't know, like Everslot or something. Yeah, and you really can point at any surface, grapple there. This becomes the floor, as you said, which changes the gravity of the whole level. And yeah, the goal is to combine this with freezing the flow with you have like these cubes. Whenever you place the cube, it freezes all the flow until the cube, and then when you change the gravity, the water starts from the cube and flows in the direction you want. Yeah, and I feel like I'm approaching the final scene of the game. It feels like that, and it all the puzzles are like that. All the puzzles are
Okay.
about water flow, but as any good game of this type, they do add some different elements to it, like some wheels
Does it
that
get
you turn to direct the flow.
does it
Like, yeah,
does it get more challenging? Because that was
yeah,
kind of
definitely,
like
definitely. The first
Okay.
puzzles are quite straightforward, and it quickly raises in the level of challenge. So
Good.
it quickly gets to the point where you think there is an obvious solution, but it doesn't work, because like when you grapple to the final surface you need, it breaks the whole circuit, because there is some element that shifts down, and then you have to figure out something else, some other solution and stuff like that. Yeah, so in the middle of the game they suddenly change it to like an, I don't know, endless runner with the slingshot that you use to shoot aliens.
Okay.
Yeah,
A
and
little
I think the
unexpected.
final scene that I'm approaching is gonna be a boss fight against Selina's archenemy Aniles, which is Selina spelled
Nonetheless,
backwards.
which is
Yeah,
herself essentially. Yeah.
yeah. And it's fun that you also fight aliens, which is an anagram of Selina. I'm not sure if it's intentional.
Yeah, I thought
Okay.
the puzzles definitely got more and more. What was cool about it was is as you went through, it's like you get into this huge area and it starts to do way more, and you have more blocks, and it's branching and it's splitting and there's just so much more thought to as you're looking around. You're really having to start thinking of how what you can do if you're flipping the room this way and that way, and it becomes a proper puzzle game. I thought that I don't know, Looper, what did you think about when it got to that place where you were in space and you had the big planet there? Like, it's a beautiful game for a quest game, even though the
You mean the black
graphics.
hole?
Well, go ahead.
You mean the black hole, or you're not?
No,
to
just
the
like where
one
it just showed in the trailer where you walked out and there's a big
yeah.
planet there, and like it's a very beautiful game.
Yes, it is. It is. I also really like the story. There are some major Alice in Wonderland references, like the girl lives in a treehouse, but it's not on trees; it's on giant mushrooms, and she wears
Yeah.
a T-shirt with a Cheshire cat. So yeah, it's quite obvious. And there is even some scale stuff happening later on, some Asgatroth style. Yeah, so it's quite cool.
Yeah, that was one of my favorite parts of it too. Is that there were times I felt like I was playing the Metamorphosis game that we
Exactly,
covered a few
but
minutes
a
ago.
good one.
Right.
But
The
right,
sense
but
of
there was
scale
no
was
tank,
really
right?
cool in this. Scale was really good.
Yeah.
Yeah. D, what did you think about this one?
I liked the puzzles and the challenge with those. because right when you think you had it solved, and then you jump to the other part of the ceiling, guess what? It's not going where you wanted it to. So
Yeah.
Right.
try again. But other than that, I mean, I could do without it, I guess. You know, I like the puzzles, but the story itself, yeah, do without.
Okay. That's interesting. Yeah, I guess to each their own. Everyone has their own. Is it just that you're not into this type of stuff,
I
or
just
did
don't.
you just?
It felt like it was more, I don't know, kid oriented, but the puzzles is what really I liked. What kept me going was the puzzles.
Okay, cool enough. What did you think about the atmosphere, the environments, the way that you move around?
That
in the game?
yeah, I like you had mentioned, you know, you got a little, you know, I don't want to say woozy, but you know, it threw you a little bit doing certain
Well, here's
things.
what I did. When I went in, the first thing I did was go into the settings and go into the accessibility comfort settings and disable all of it. And I didn't even understand what some of the things were that I was turning off. So when I started the game, like I had the teleport speed turned all the way up without blacking out at all. And like it was really jarring to the point where I actually ended up going back in to the settings after I played a couple of through a few of the puzzles, and I dialed some of that stuff back and turned the speed to like halfway, and left some of the vignetting in, and that made it a bit more comfortable. But it was fucking jarring for me at first, like even me who doesn't get sick in VR, like I was like, wow, this is intense. But yeah, all in all, kind of for me, maybe the biggest surprise out of all of these games. Like Rude said, like it was went from being completely off the radar to one of the best experiences I had this month playing these games. So this game is. Well, let me ask you while I'm looking up the price, Looper. How long have you been playing this? How deep are you into it? I know you said you're close to the end, but in terms of time, how long did it take you to
Time,
get
I
there?
think about 3 or 4 hours it must be.
So not super long, but not super short. Maybe 4 or 5 hour game. $30. I gotta say, it feels like a $30 game to me. Like it's extremely polished. It's got good production value, and it's again very very unique and surreal. So for me, I would pay $30 for it. I don't feel like it's overpriced or anything. Anyways, you guys have anything else you want to add on this one? I just hope people go play it. I think it's pretty awesome.
I just think if you have a soul, then the story will really grab you. Oh, D, I'm
You
so
know
sorry.
What?
No, I was just kidding. I am kind of shocked that you didn't resonate with you, but it did seem a little childlike at times. I just because I really loved Wolves in the Wall. This one, you know. It's
See, I've never
just
played it or heard of that game.
Oh, dude, that's such a good. Was a free thing back in the day. I think you pay for it now, right?
Yeah,
Wolves in the Wall.
They brought it to Quest. When they brought it to Quest, they put a price tag on it. Yeah.
Yeah, this just felt like Wolves in the Walls, but better.
But a game.
You know.
Oh,
Yeah, but an
again,
actual
Visually,
game.
it was good, like you were saying, with like the planets and the distance, and like it looked great. The puzzles were fine for me, but again, on sale, I'd buy it.
Cool. Selina Mind at Large, ladies and gentlemen. Check it out. Go to the store page and just look at it. It's cool. And with that, we come to our last title of February for MetaQuest. Chronostrike came out this month. This is from Green Sky Games. who brought us the Swarm series before this. This essentially is a super hot game, and we kind of started off the episode by talking about how cold VR inverts the super hot formula, and pretty much by doing that, it completely changes into a different genre of game even than what super hot was. Chronostrike does not do that. Chronostrike pretty much sticks to the super hot formula, and I don't think that that's a bad thing. I pretty much felt like I was playing super hot when I was playing this game, although they do introduce some elements to make it a different experience minute to minute. I do feel like it's probably in some ways a refinement and an improvement on the super hot system. But with that said, I still minute to minute feel like I'm playing super hot. I'm behaving like I would behave if I were playing super hot. And I had a pretty good time in this playing it solo. Now with that said, this game does support 2-player co-op, and I would be interested to learn how that changes the experience. But at first, I wasn't super impressed with this. It starts kind of slow and easy, and seems like it's just going to be a complete super hot rehash, and seems like it might turn out to be boring. But after you get into it a little bit, the difficulty jumps a little bit, and it very much has that super hot loop where you're going to continue dying over and over again until you figure out the best way to go about it. And then after you figure out what the best way to go about it is, even then it still takes some practice to get the execution down. There's a story at play here. Unlike Super Hot, they do have a kind of a story that you're playing through, and there are additional objectives other than just making it through the level. Sometimes they'll tell you to kill 5 people without missing and things like this, and when you hit those objectives, they give you weapon upgrades for doing that. Anyway, a pretty solid take on the super hot formula, in my opinion. Roots, what did you think about Chronostrike?
I thought it was good. I think I'm very intrigued to know what would change, like you said, with co-op, because the whole premise is if you move, time moves. Well, what if the person I'm moving or playing with moves, but I'm not moving? Right. Like me, stop moving, dude. Like, fuck. I could see you getting pissed at somebody. You just got me killed.
Probably requires
This
coordination.
game is gonna break friendships.
Yeah, this game's gonna kill friendships. I enjoyed this more than Super Hot. Even though it Super Hot has its own fun, but it's more curated, right? Like you go and you're in a room and you've got a high heel shoe and just a bunch of weird shit. You know what I mean? Like this feels like more action packed and crazier than Super Hot. So like you said, it's I agree. It's like added onto. It's Super Hot plus, in my opinion.
Right. It's almost like a proper super hot sequel.
Yeah.
Minus the red crystalline aesthetic. D, thoughts on
Yes.
Chronostrike?
I think this is out of this season of time meant to be. I can't even say it. Let me try that again. Time manipulation games. This one I think is my favorite. Because of those differences in I can't talk. those perks. So you swipe 5 bullets, you unlock the one perk for the gun or whatever in the next level. And then what else did I write over here? And one of the other things that they did different in this game that I noticed, one of the levels down the line you get to, they changed the color of the enemy. You got a blue gun or an orange gun, and you have to shoot those particular enemies with those particular guns. That's cool.
That adds some complexity to the puzzle.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think it'd be cooler if you
it.
had like one enemy that was a werewolf and your bullets were like silver, and then you had the other that was a vampire and sunlight
Garlic.
bullets. That'd be
Garlic
cool. Or
bullet.
garlic. Hell yeah, dude. There's an idea for somebody.
Oh, yeah. Looper. Thoughts on Chronostrike?
Yeah. First of all, I find it mind-blowing that the only people who are not allowed to make a super hard game are the original super hard developer team.
Right.
Because they lost the IP. Everyone else can do it. They cannot. Okay, but I agree with Dee that this is probably the best of them all. I like it better than Action Hero. I probably like it more than the original Super Hot. And yes, the reason is all the things they add to the formula. They have the explosive enemies. They have the enemies that throw explosives at you, and you should catch them from the floor and throw back at them until they explode. And this thing with colored enemies, like Dee said, that there are red enemies and blue enemies appear at some point, and you should shoot them with corresponding colors. And then you realize that the whole time before that, all the weapons were black, and the enemies were also black. And it also applies to those. You cannot shoot black enemies with red gun or blue gun. But then you get white gun that could shoot everybody. So yeah, they keep adding to the formula. It's really
evil white guns killing
Yeah, dude.
Diablo Blanco.
Yeah, so they really keep expanding on the formula. I really enjoyed that, and the challenge level also rises as you go through the levels. So yeah, it's really
Yeah,
cool.
I generally agree. I feel like out of all the super hot clones that we've been getting lately, that this is generally the best one. I do find it a bit odd that this one kind of has gone under the radar.
Yes.
Like you don't hear a lot of people talking about this game, and I don't get it. I don't understand why. Like they had a lot of success with Swarm. So like the studio's known, they know how to market games. For some reason, this one just kind of flew under everyone's radar, and no one's really talking about it. Yeah, not that I didn't like. I thought
Oh, and
Action Hero was really
by the way,
good
it
too.
has story. It has more story than
Yeah.
Action Hero,
Mm-hmm. It absolutely
despite
does.
Action Hero being like a movie game.
Yeah, right. Yeah, again, we kind of opened with Cold, and that a very different game than this because of the way the time manipulation works. But I, generally speaking, think this is a better game than Cold. Like I enjoyed playing this more than I did playing Cold VR. Again, not that Cold was bad, but I prefer the original super hot premise to the flipped inverted version of it that basically made it into a speed run. And with that said, again, this is an improvement generally on the super hot formula. So very, very good game here. I feel like if this game came out 3 or 4 years ago, the people would probably have flipped out over it, and it would probably have legendary status today, but it didn't. It was kind of the last one to market out of all of these super hot clones, and because of that, no one's talking about it, unfortunately. But it is good. It is again a co-op title, which I haven't played the co-op in. I would be interested to know if the levels change when you have two players in them, if it becomes more difficult, or maybe are the co-op levels like a different thing, like with what was the
Crossfire.
Crossfire Sierra Squad had dedicated co-op levels. I wonder if there's something like that here, or if it just literally just adds another player to the same levels. Would be interested to know. But as a single player game, definitely worth checking out. I'm looking up the price right now. Chronostrike, no search results found.
No, that could be why they're not selling any copies.
Yeah.
You gotta need some
Might
search
be the
results
reason.
there. Yeah.
I spelled it
No.
correctly. It's bringing me no search results. That's weird. Huh. Oh, there it is. That was weird. So I put a space in between Chrono and Strike, and it still had no search results. So I erased the space that I put in, and now it came up. Whatever. It's $25 game on the Quest store. I probably wouldn't pay any more than that for it. I don't know that that's necessarily a bad price for it. My initial impression of it was a $20 game, but it's easy to forget sometimes that today's $20 is yesterday's 15, and today's
Right.
25 is yesterday's 20. So yeah, 25 is probably fair for it. That's what it feels like to me, is in that range, $20-$25 range. Now, if it turns out that this game has like fucking 15-hour campaign, then it's going to be a bargain for that. But what's here now, I feel like it's probably 4 to 6 hours
Yeah, like that,
game,
I think.
and $20-$25, so it's priced appropriately. Doesn't have a lot of reviews. Like I said, for some reason nobody's talking about this thing. It's only got 57 reviews on the Quest store, but 4.9 out of 5. So people that played it know what's up. It's a very good game.
It says it has over 60 levels.
60.
I think it
levels.
does.
60. Yeah.
I think it has like five groups of 12 levels, sounds right. Or maybe
Yeah, that
4
might be
groups of 15.
There might be more content here than I had.
Yeah, the levels are quite short.
expected.
That's the thing.
They're short, sure, if you make it right through them and don't have to try 20 times. But
Yeah,
it
there's that.
gets challenging. The challenge ramps up after a little bit, and it gets quite challenging. So, yeah, solid game. And again, I'm selective when putting these lists out. Like, I picked 8 games for February on Quest. I probably could have picked 8 more that had potential, but we can't cover them all. So these were the best ones that the best looking ones in my opinion. And sure enough, they all turned out to be pretty good. Well, with the exception of Farming Simulator, which I didn't play. But even that was polished. It was just a matter of scope. So, Cold VR, Ashen Arrows, Alien Rogue Incursion, Farming Simulator, Detective VR, Retronika, Selina Mind at Large, and Chronostrike. That is a fucking solid month for MetaQuest. The question is, what is the game of the month? The easy answer would be Alien Rogue Incursion. The question is, do any of these other titles kind of move up there with it? Do we have any kind of controversy or debate here, or does Alien just run away with it? And before I give my opinion on that, I will ask people's opinion on that. D, you first. What's your game of the month for Quest?
I know I'm gonna be alone on this, but Farming Simulator, because I know I can spend hours in that game.
Wow, okay.
Yeah.
Now that I did not expect. Okay.
What was that?
Can't help it. I'm serious.
Farming Simulator.
Yeah.
Farming sim. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. Interesting. Looper, what is your game
Yeah,
of the
for
month?
me there is no question. A great month for Quest. Alien has it ways above everything else.
Which one did you
Roots?
say?
Alien.
He said Alien.
Alien.
Alien Rogue Incursion. He doesn't think anything's close. Alien runs away with it. What do you think, Roots?
Well, I mean, the gameplay is the same. The graphics for Alien aren't at the same as on Quest. But the gameplay was kind of why we said it was so good, right? I don't know. I almost kind of feel like I could be like D and say I pick something that is completely out of left field, and a part of me wants to say Selina Mind at Large because I enjoyed that game that much. But could I put it like with a straight face on the same level as Alien Rogue Incursion? Probably not. But I think if it wasn't going to be, if I was going from any other, criteria, I would probably say it'd be Selina. But I'd have to say it's not as good as Alien Rogue Incursion as far as that whole package.
So you're exactly where I am with it. Like, I want to sit here and say that it's down to Alien and Selina for me because that's the truth. It is. Then I ask myself the question: are there any games on this list that are a viable candidate for Quest Game of the Year? And the answer is yes. There's one. Alien Rogue Incursion. So when I think of it that way, then there really is no question what the game of the month is going to be. It's going to be Alien Rogue Incursion. But I was highly impressed with Selina. Honestly, I thought like graphically a better looking game than Alien. Not that Alien's a bad looking. It looks good. It's like a good looking Quest game, but it's very samey and dark. Where Selina is bright and colorful and has a unique art style. The only real places that you see the telltale signs of Quest graphics are in some of the textures. They're like lower res stuff that you don't really stare at, but if you do look at it, like on the ground, like if you're walking across the carpet or a rug or something, it's like a low res scan of a rug where, if you were playing this game on PlayStation or something, all that stuff would be crystal clear. The skyboxes, like this, that stuff is low res by design because it's in Quest. But again, these are just kind of things you're not looking at. All the things you're looking at are crystal clear and beautiful. Where in Alien, and maybe it's because I played the other version of Alien. Like while it is a good looking Quest game, the whole time I'm playing it, I'm thinking I'm in a Quest game. Like I can see shimmery everywhere and low res everything that's further than 10 feet away from you. And, you can see the downgrade when you're playing. But in terms of the scope of the game, one of these is a big budget game from a big time studio, and the other one isn't. And I think it really comes down to that. So while I hope that everyone that's watching this goes and tries the Selina game out, we got to be honest here. There's only one game in terms of like scope that really fits the bill, and that's the Alien game. So.
Yeah. 100%. And I would want to add, as we're finishing this segment up, people at the beginning of the show were joking that the show was going to take 4 hours long, and they were fucking wrong, Wes. The segment has taken 4 hours long. we're done with the first segment. So
oh man, or has it been that long? Fuck yeah, it is late, isn't it?
Almost,
Son of a bitch.
yeah.
So
right,
late that
see.
these like Dee and I
I'm
are
already
messaging.
considering calling
She's
into
like,
work.
she's like, I'm pretty sure I'm not going to work tomorrow. I say, hey, day off. You know, a day off with
Hey,
pay
you know
sounds
what?
good to me.
How I'm justifying it is, I just hit my 5-year mark at Progressive, and I get a boost in PTO, so I might as well take advantage of it.
Yeah, well then
All
you
right.
can get off when you get done with the show. You can go into some VR.
So
Yeah,
here's
going
the
to
bright.
Chronostrike.
Here's the bright side. Okay. The quest segment we just did was eight titles. We've got 7 more titles to go total for the entirety of March. So, and for what it's worth, I have not played half of these. So
it
this
shouldn't take as long.
March is not going to take half as long as February did. We should get through this fairly quickly.
Especially since
So-
it's on our mind.
Yeah. All right, so let's move then. Let's get right into it. Let's go to PSVR 2 for March. I've got 2 titles on the list here, and everyone already knows what the winner is, but we're going to talk about Underdogs first, because while admittedly I did not play this on PlayStation, I have played this game. I played it on Quest, and I thought that this was a pretty awesome game. I thought it was good. I love the environments. I love the gameplay loop. I love the upgrade system. The art direction's cool. The sound is good. Not really getting the love from the Without Parole guys. And listening to what they have to say about it, I don't think it was a bad port. I just don't think that they're digging the game all that much. Which is surprising to me. I felt like it's a quality game. For those of you who don't know, this is like an arena-based melee game that kind of puts you in like a mech. It's a mech battle game where you kind of get thrown down into this battle bot scenario where you're at the center of the arena and you've got enemy bots coming in from all directions, and you have to make it through the wave. You make it through the wave, you win. You get money. You take the money, you upgrade your bot, and move on to the next battle. The next battle gets more difficult with different enemies, with different abilities, but you have to match that by upgrading as you go along. And there's different types of vendors that sell different types of upgrades. And if you don't want to buy them, or you don't have the money to buy them, you can go explore areas and find things. You can try to steal, and sometimes you get away with it and you'll end up stealing something cool. But if you get caught stealing, then you will sever your relationship with that vendor, and you won't be able to buy any more upgrades from that specific storefront.
Not worth it.
A fairly well thought out gameplay system here. Again, the art direction and sound is cool. It's fun to play, even though I'm not much of a mech guy and I'm not much of a melee guy. I feel like it works here, and I think this is a really solid game that I think most people are going to get along in pretty well. Roots, did you check this one out?
I did not, but for 2 reasons. One, we already know what's gonna win, so I was like, okay, I could go into this thing, but it's not gonna win. But I'm watching this and I'm thinking, how cool would this be, and what a missed opportunity for a game that's like this, but you're going in to fight against other people's bots.
Yeah, that was
You know
the
what I
biggest
mean?
kind of surprise to me, is that there is no multiplayer mode to this. It's all single player. That was a bit shocking.
Yeah, because you could like have a whole, like, people love watching what is that one show that used to be where you could have the robots
Autobots.
fight each other? Yeah. And so like
Battlebots.
imagine even if you did that and you had your battle bots going and fighting and you were controlling them outside of the arena, that would be fucking badass too. I just don't know if I like this particular premise. It's arena based, and even though it's cool to some extent, I think I would probably end up landing more on Brian's side of the fence as far as this game goes. Without even playing it, I don't like this type of mech kind of game. I used to think that I would really like mech games, but it turns out that every one of them that's came out, I just don't care for them too much. And I don't think that this one's, especially since it's arena based, would be any different for me. But that being said, somebody in the chat, I can't remember who it was earlier, they brought this game up like 50 times. They were like saying this is the best fucking game in the world. And there's a lot of people that feel that way. So there's got to be something to it.
Yeah, no, it's good. I'm again, not like you. I don't like arena-based games. I don't like melee just for the fucking point of having melee. Like I like melee games where like Legendary Tales, where there's something that you're playing through and you've got weapons and there's a story and a campaign. I don't like just getting thrown into a box and duking it out to the bitter end. But it's fun here. That's basically the most I can say about it. I got in and I tried it and I liked it. Looper, what do you think about Underdogs?
Yeah, just like you, I am not the biggest mech games fan. This is one of the better ones. I'm also not a fan of guerrilla tag style movement, but here it's kind of on point, especially with the bashing mechanics where you bash into enemies and throw them to like a shredder or something. Yeah, and
Yeah, it was fun.
With all that, it's a very physically active game. So not only you move your hands to move yourself, you also punch, and you have to punch hard, otherwise it doesn't really do anything. So yeah, I normally play those types of games in like small sessions of like 15 minutes or so. Luckily, it lets you save even in the middle of the fight. It saves your HP, it saves the enemies.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's cool for this type of physical active game. Yeah, because here if you get tired, you get killed instantly. Because it's a challenging game. I mean, I think I've reached the first boss like on my first run, but then I had like 7 runs or so before I encountered him the second time. And then it took me like 3 or 4 encounters with him to beat him. So yeah,
Isn't it crazy how these games work out like that? Like I had something similar in Returnal where like the boss that everyone has trouble with, I don't remember if it was the second boss or the third boss. I beat that boss the first time I got there and ran straight through to the end of the game. And upon doing that, people kept talking about how they kept getting hung up on that boss. I went back and played it again, and it kicked my ass, and it kicked my ass over and over and over
looks
and over
like
again.
they do make the first run easier, just to hook you, you know.
Well, in Returnal,
maybe.
it's all about getting that perfect fucking build. You got, you know what I mean? Like the perfect things that just work together, and you're just like, your bullets are now healing you and doing crazy shit, right? And then you can't ever reproduce it. It's kind of sucks sometimes.
True that. D, what did you think about Underdogs?
Common theme, everybody's not, the biggest mech brawler kind of, game like this.
This game's way better than Big Shots, by the way. Anybody
Big
that
Shots
ever said
sucked.
that,
I didn't like that one.
but the Without Parole guys did. They thought it was good.
Really?
You think? Go figure. Anyway, sorry to interrupt you.
Oh, you're fine. Hold on. I'm trying to get myself back on track here because I'm tired and freaking trying to remember where I'm at. Let's see. But yeah, no, the again, not a big mech game, but roguelikes I do like. And, you know, with the upgrades and stuff that you can do between rounds on this is what is probably going to get me to go back into it. But yeah, short stints in this game because yeah, your arms do get a little tired.
Yeah. Well, my left arm gets tired. My right arm can go for hours.
It's got double the stamina.
No, but anyway, this is good. Yeah, I suspect that the PSVR version of it's probably the best version of it. It probably just didn't land with my without parole colleagues, as happens from time to time. We differ on our opinions on games. Like they didn't particularly love Gazzlers, but I loved Gazzlers. I thought it was great.
Gazzlers. Love that game.
They pretty much hate Vin VR Adventure, and we hold it up there as one of the best platformers in VR. So
No soul is all I gotta say.
We don't always agree, but I think this is a really good one. And
Something
most months.
Didn't notice that was in this game that I just found out that there's a skirmish mode. So,
I didn't even play any of the. I didn't even play any of the alternative game modes in this. I just played like the straightforward campaign mode. What's up, Pant? He says, I finally caught you guys live. Here's the dirty little secret is you always catch us live. We just don't ever do shows anymore.
Yeah, he's been thinking he's been missing all the shows. Now you probably caught the last one.
Anyway, most months Underdogs would definitely win PSVR Game of the Month, but this is a particularly bad month for that prospect because this month also saw HITMAN World of Assassination come to PSVR 2, and our last episode we spoke about this game for about 90 minutes. We're not going to rehash that here, given the hour and how late it is. But everyone knows what this is. This is the HITMAN trilogy brought into VR. What sets this apart, though, from the previous iterations of HITMAN in VR is this one pretty much delivers on the promise of what HITMAN could be in VR. This game, in most ways, feels like it's a built from the ground up VR game, but it's not. This is a AAA flat franchise, and the particular structure of this game gives it almost endless replayability, even though it is a story-based campaign. They implement so many variables into every level. It's almost like each level is what would fit the standards of a good VR game, and there's like tons and tons of levels. Again, it's a trilogy of games. I said it last time we were on the air, and I'll say it again now. This game is in discussion legitimately as maybe the best VR game ever. It's that good. Now, I'm not going to go ahead and call it the best VR game ever. That's a debate for another day. But if someone says to me that HITMAN VR PSVR 2 is the best game that ever came to VR, I'm not going to argue with them. There's really no good argument against it, honestly.
Or if somebody was to say, if you were to pick one AAA flat game franchise that exists in VR that would wow just about anybody over, this is it. Like, I can't imagine anybody going into this game especially being a fan and being like, this isn't what I would want. And there's just too many examples of that in VR where, you know, it just isn't what you would expect it to be.
Farming simulator.
Yes, exactly. Farming simulator. This could have easily been Hitman 3, kind of like LA Noire. You got select missions, right? Like, we've seen that so many times. This could have been that, or any one of them, right? So yeah, I would agree. Amazing.
This is the whole game, only better because it is first person VR and you have both of your hands now, and yeah, you're actually Agent 47 in there taking care of business. Roots and I, again, we've raved about this game for hours already. Looper, anything you'd like to add to the Hitman VR discussion?
Yeah, so back on PSVR 1, my top 3 favorite VR games were Hitman 3, Hitman 2, and Hitman 1. And now
Right.
it's more true than ever.
Yeah,
Just
it really is
I
good.
went into the sport going to the sport a bit optimistic, probably undeservedly so, and even then when I just did the VR tutorial and it exceeded all my expectations, both in the visual part, in the how it all feels, how all the interactions feel. It's just much better than even that I optimistically expected from it. It's
Yeah.
incredible.
Not
They still
perfect.
not perfect. They still have some things that they have to fix. They did a patch that in which they addressed a major issue with crashes. Unfortunately, this broke all the older saves for people. Luckily, there is no much value in saves in Hitman because you just replay level. It's no big deal. Yeah, but there are still some things that you just cannot do because some interactions just don't work. So, like especially in some terminals or some places where you have to like pick one of the items, like in the interview in the bank in New York. So yeah, there are some issues they have to address in order to turn it from my personal favorite VR game franchise to objectively the best one.
Yeah, but I feel like they're going to do it. I feel like they're so close already, and they just have a few small bugs to squash, and then it's just going to be perfection, you know. D, what did you think about this?
I'm not the best at these kind of like mostly stealth games. I have a tendency to panic when I get busted doing something, and I get caught every single freaking time.
You start
I think
shooting.
yeah,
It never
but
works. It never works, but it is fun to just try to see how long you could last after you just say "fuck it."
Start-
I'm killing
start
everybody.
shooting.
This game
Yeah,
is
I
the
need to
easiest
try
to
that.
do it in, though, right? Like, all you have to do is get around a corner, knock somebody out, steal their shit, come walking right by the guards
That
just
is true.
chasing you down the thing, and you're like, hey, what's up? I'm out.
See, I panic and then I'm like, and I can't think straight. So I don't know. I didn't play too much into it. I think I got through the tutorial.
Okay.
And then, Roots, you saw me like when I had that one dude's body and I was supposed to hide him in the cabinet or whatever. Like it wouldn't even let me open the cabinet. Like it was specific that I had to put that dude in the cabinet, and it wouldn't let me open it. Like no option to open it. It said it gave me the little circle, but I couldn't open it. So
I seemed like I had that happen to me once, where the
100%.
cabinet didn't open and you couldn't do anything with it. I basically just had to. I don't know. I think I walked away and came back and tried it again, and it worked.
But my
Um,
favorite
yeah, that
part of Hitman in VR was actually not from me playing. It was from when you and Mash way back when.
Let me guess. When Mash hit that lady in the cunt.
Dude, it was so great because he just dropped down and
It's so
Punched
much
her in
so
her
she
bits.
clipped it. I have it
clipped it and
somewhere.
gave
She
it to
sent it
him.
to me. Oh man.
it was good stuff. Like you could, like you Roots couldn't talk afterwards. Like you had, and the Mash just nonstop
Lost
laughing.
it. Yeah.
Yep.
That was good times.
Good.
That was a lot of fun.
Wonder Rob, aka Wonder Rob, in the chat says game of the year for me, Batman or Underdogs. Just saying, it's a good game. It is not better than Hitman VR though, and obviously Hitman VR is our PSVR game of the month. Also, I'm going to assume that I have someone else's blessing that this is a Game of the Year nominee.
Yes.
Thank you, Roots. So we'll go ahead and put these in gold as the nominees that they are. And while I'm doing this, we'll go ahead and very quickly move to PCVR. PCVR only had one nominee.
One
this
game of the
month.
year contender.
Again, there were a lot more games that came out on PC, but they were all either free to play or they were like $5, and I didn't have time to do research and try to figure out, if any of them were any good. I told the team, hey, if I'm missing something that's good or you think has the potential to be good, let me know and we'll pick it up and we'll check it out. No one said anything, so I guess we're not missing anything. But the one game that we do have nominated for PCVR Game of the Month is a game that I know is good because I played it years ago. I'm pretty sure I played all the way through it and enjoyed it. The Living Remain. I was a bit surprised to hear that The Living Remain came out of early access on PC this month because I didn't think this was an early access title. I thought it was a finished game a long time ago, but I guess not. But it was good. It was good when I played it in early access. It was essentially the Arizona Sunshine formula. Single player, no co-op. But it was the Arizona Sunshine formula. It was a game that puts you walking through a story campaign, blasting zombies. Had some pretty cool additions that Arizona Sunshine didn't have, like the way you upload your or upgrade your guns, like some destructible environments to some extent. Very positive impressions of the game as I remember playing it forever ago. We're going to go ahead and name that again the game of the month on PCVR this month because there are no other nominees. But even if there were, this game may have one game of the month because this is a quality game. Game of the year. I'm not so sure that it would be a Game of the Year nominee, but we'll discuss that in a minute as we move on to Quest, because the first title that we have nominated for Quest is also The Living Remain, which just came to Quest for the first time this past month, and that's where we'll pick up. I did not get time to check out and see how this game ported, but I'm fairly certain that you didn't you, Looper?
Yeah, sure. So just like you, I played originally the early access version back in, I think it was 2022 or something. Yeah, and I really enjoyed it. It's kind of like Arizona Sunshine, but with Half-Life Alyx type weapon upgrade system, where you collect those resources and throw them into a 3D printer and print like parts for your weapons. Also, unlike Arizona Sunshine, you have an indestructible knife, which is a life changer because you can, unless you're really overwhelmed, you can kill everyone with a knife. Just land the hits to the head. Yeah, and so I almost completely replayed it on PC now after the full release, and the only difference I noticed compared to the early access version is now it crashes a lot. Like, and it doesn't just crash; it crashes so bad that I get blue screen of death.
Wow.
And it's repeatedly so. So luckily it's always in different places, so I get a checkpoint or two between the cases, but it's consistent.
Wow. Did you try playing this on different headsets? Like what headset did you use?
No, it's I only played it on PSVR 2. Maybe that's but it's only that game. I play other games with nothing like that.
Yeah, I would try playing it on Quest or an Oculus headset because I used to get those blue screen crashes a lot on my Reverb G2, but if I played on a different headset, it wouldn't happen.
Interesting. So maybe I just have like the final section to play. Maybe I will do that on Quest. But I played an hour on Quest natively, and the visual difference is. I would compare the PC version visually to Arizona Sunshine remake and the Quest version to Arizona Sunshine original.
Wow, so that's a pretty stark
it's really downgraded. There is no like lighting, there is very basic textures. It's very bare bones on Quest.
Yeah, not shocking. And that's not because the dev team
but it plays the
isn't
same
talented. It's not shocking because the dev team isn't talented. They are talented, but this is a team of two people, husband and wife team that made this game. So the fact that they even brought up the Quest at all is pretty remarkable. But yeah, it sucks to hear that it was downgraded so drastically. Roots, did you check this out on Quest?
I did. I jumped into it, and I thought the same thing that Looper did. Because I remember playing it back in the day. I thought, wow, this the models just don't look the best. They don't look bad. They're just
look like Quest 2. Like
I guess it just doesn't look as good as the PC. And if you're looking for that, then it's the gameplay is still the same. So
cool. D, any thoughts on The Living Remain?
I don't I think I played it on PC. But I remember you playing it from a while ago. The only thing that got me to stop playing it was I got stuck. That part where you have that contraption that goes from one side of the room to the other, and you got to get up on the platform. I just got stuck. I couldn't figure out what the hell to do.
Well,
so
fair enough.
You grabbed it.
I tried everything. So unless it was like a moment of jank in the game, to where I couldn't grab that ladder that was on the floor to get up there or whatever it was.
Oh no, you have to go around and climb on the column, and it's a long way around. Right. But it's actually in the footage that is rolling here. You can watch closely, and it contains the solution basically.
Spoiler alert! I'm just joking. All right. Yeah. So a fairly solid Arizona Sunshine style zombie shooter here, notably downgraded visually. for Quest, but the gameplay.
I'm sorry, I have to
transferred
answer a
over.
call.
Yeah, please go for it. We move along to the next game, which was also a PCVR game that we once covered. Now, surprisingly, making its way to Quest after all these years, Hellsplit Arena. Hellsplit Arena stands today as probably the top arena-based melee game in VR. If not, it's certainly one of the top 2 or 3. On PC, this is a beautifully rendered game, very good looking graphically, sound on point, and most importantly, the in-game physics system is remarkable. It's just a solid title. So much so that even though you heard me say it before, I don't care for arena-based melee games. This is probably the best one out of all of them. So it's a really good game on PC. The question is, how is it on Quest? How did it port? I don't know. I didn't play it. Roots, did you play it?
I kicked some people for a while, and then I realized how to. I couldn't remember how to pull out the weapon, and then once I could do that, I was fine. It seemed like everything was pretty good. It looked pretty good actually. It seemed like everything was operating pretty 1-to-1. So it was. I didn't play it too long, but I did go in there and check it out.
Awesome. D, thoughts on Hellsplit Arena Quest?
Yeah. It felt very basic to me. I mean, the bow mechanics felt good to me. Plenty of upgrades for your weapons and your armor and all that, so no lack there. But it just felt off for me. Like I played the rogue, so with keeping I'm trying to see where this was. Going to grab my bow with my left hand, load and pull back with the arrows. Like many times, like I'd go to reach for the arrows in my sheath or whatever the hell you want to call it. And I would end up grabbing like the bottom of the bow instead. So that kept happening at some very inopportune times. But other than that, I think I played it through to like the first boss. But even that didn't feel like a boss fight. Like the skeleton had a shield in front of it, and I shot an arrow in the skeleton's head. He made a move. I dodged. I hit him in the chest, and then it was done. I'm like, what the hell? Like, it was way too short. And it wasn't a difficult boss fight for me. So, I don't know if anybody else experienced that with the boss or anything.
I don't know. I know that your mic is cutting in and out pretty bad for me. Are you hearing this too, Roots?
It is. I think if you're moving, or I think the sensitivity's off, and so like if you move your mouth just a little bit away, it's that threshold is. It might be the threshold actually.
But I heard well what you said, so it's not about that. It's
yeah. We got enough. We got enough of it to get the gist of what you're getting at there. You had some inconsistency, and you had some interaction jank that made it not as good as it would have been otherwise.
Right.
Looper, how does this Quest port live up to the PC version?
Yeah, so for me it looked pretty good, much better visually than the Living Remain. Okay, again, you could tell just like obvious that it's a quest game, but it it really on a better looking side. Yeah, and I also noticed some things that I don't remember from the PC version back when I played it. So maybe it said it to both. Probably like the character classes, I don't remember them being there, and the throwable weapons, which are kinda OP. I I just take those shurikens and destroy everyone on the level like instantly. Yeah, although with the boss that Dee mentioned, it took me quite a number of throws to get him. But maybe I just weren't aiming at his heart properly. I don't know. But yeah, it really feels like more on an easy side in terms of difficulty. But it's
No,
only
that is different. That would be different because I don't remember this being an easy game. Like,
exactly. I don't
um,
remember it either. So maybe they tweaked it. I'm not sure. But
Or maybe
again,
it
I only
depends on
nerfed
the
played
it.
class
like
that
a
you
first
choose
hour.
too. You know.
So, sorry?
Sorry. Maybe it depends on like the character class that
Maybe,
you choose too.
maybe, but the,
maybe they
okay,
nerfed it for the casuals that play Quest. I'm just
Yeah.
joking.
yeah, could be the case. Could be the case, yeah. But again, I only played the first hour. There is a ton more levels, so maybe it just grows later. I'm not sure. And yeah, speaking of arena fighters, it really feels like you have a progression just because it gives you all those upgrades and the sequence of the levels that you play. And the levels itself, I haven't reached that part on Quest yet, but there are some quite large areas actually. So at some point you get an area where you need a horse to traverse it. So yeah, it's not just like only small arenas, and even
Yeah, yeah.
those they have those traps and stuff that make it. They adds a good variety to it, even when you replay. Because the levels they do take place in the same arenas, but they add a variety with traps and stuff. One thing I really like, particularly in this game, are enemy animations. They really feel natural. Really did a very good job with it.
Yeah, I always thought that this was a better example of this type of game, even than everyone's beloved Blade and Sorcery. Even though there were a lot more options and variability with Blade and Sorcery, like I always felt like the polish was off the chart. Was this with this one? Anyways, yeah, that's good to hear. It's good to hear that it didn't take a big graphical hit coming down the quest. It's good to hear that the physics made it over. Yeah, I guess more investigation is needed to find out if the character classes are what's responsible for the kind of rebalancing of the challenge. But oh, it sounds like this is a finished title, making its way over to Quest. So that's good. We move on to Deep Cuts. This one, man, it seems like it got a lot of attention when it was announced, and then for whatever reason, right around launch, just not a ton of people talking about it. This one, this is one I really wanted to play, and I got in and I played a little bit of it, but this was the last title that I got in before I ran out of time and had to come over here and do a show. So I really just played through like the opening parts of the game. Was kind of pleasantly surprised to get a feel for the physics in the game. It felt a lot like Boneworks, Bone Labs, like legit physics. But again, this is a Quest game. It's not something that was developed for PC yet. there was some jank, obviously, that comes along with any type of physics-based game like this, and it didn't feel like completely polished out. Like there was some weird scaling with some of the items. Um, the firearm mechanics aren't quite as polished as you're going to see in a shooter game. But this isn't exactly a shooter game. This is kind of like a situational puzzler with a cool premise for the way you go through the levels, with each one of them being tied to a film genre, so to speak, but certain gameplay elements letting you kind of mix the genres up. Um, I don't know. I almost feel like this is a game that could have been completely developed as a Bone Lab mod. It feels like. But anyways, that's neither here nor there. We should listen to people that actually played this game and see what they thought about it. My initial impressions playing through the beginning is like it has potential. This might actually be good. Roots, was it actually good? Did you play it, and if so, was it actually good?
I did, and I think parts of it were good. I think the premise and what it's trying to be is the coolest part of it. For me, the biggest thing I felt like it was lacking at, I felt like the combat just didn't feel the best. I felt like, and I went through a few missions, and I didn't feel like I my ability to do what I was doing really mattered much. Like I felt like I was going to kill the robots one way or the other, and I just didn't feel. I feel like the premise of it is the best part of it, of this game, is like what you want it to be. It could be so cool, and at the end of the day, I feel like it fell short. Now that's me only playing 2 or 3 missions. Maybe they just get so elaborate and so cool. I just feel like it could have been cooler, you know.
Yeah, so they had a good idea, but they didn't quite execute on it.
For me, anyway. Like I said, but it could be just that the later missions just get that much better. I don't know.
Looper, what was your thoughts on Deep Cuts?
Yeah, so I can confirm that it has this Boneworks / Bone Lab sandboxy feeling all over it. Stuff like you lean on a table and it pulls you up because everything is physical. And I'm really not a big fan of taking physics too literally. It's still a game. It's still VR. It still doesn't do what a real object would do, but in an attempt to simulate it, it does weird things. So
Right.
yeah, I like some stuff it does, like it really early on throws you into a boss fights, which is not common to see. So basically the whole game consists of those hub areas, which of those is themed. Like first one is Western themed, the second is horror themed. I don't know what comes next because I didn't reach that. So yeah, and in each area you have like different scenes that you go through. Each scene is its own experience that has like some script that you follow basically. And in the Western part, it's mostly about shooting in one way or another. And like the very second scene you go through, it's quite an epic boss fight in the church. Yeah. So then in between those two hub areas, there is another boss fight, which is like its own standalone thing, which I also really liked. But then there was this horror-themed part, and it was honestly a bit underwhelming because it wasn't really horror; it was horror-themed. It was like a Happy Funland, but not without really enemies or something. So, Yeah.
Well, that sounds better.
But yeah, I mean, yeah, the enemies weren't the best part, but I mean, without any factor of danger. That's what I mean.
Right. Gotcha.
Yeah.
D, thoughts on Deep Cuts?
I didn't play a whole lot into this, because the physics just felt off to me. So, like, in the training, when you're swinging the sledgehammer, it just didn't feel right. Like, it felt like my VR swing was catching up to, like, my actual swing. I'm trying to... And see, that kind of stuff puts me off. And then...
yeah, that's the Boneworks dilemma.
Yeah, and then the targets that they gave you for, like, the shooting to practice or whatever, like, it doesn't show you where you hit with the bullets.
It
like,
does.
what the
Yeah,
hell
I
is the
noticed that
point,
too.
Dude?
Like, I pulled the thing up and shot it point blank, and it didn't do anything to it.
I'm like, all right, then I'm shooting great. But yeah, that was my
All right.
experience. With this one.
So that's interesting. Everyone kind of has a lot of ifs and buts about this one.
See, some of the stuff that's shown in this video, I'm like, this looks fun, but my first impression going into this game with the physics just.
That's what I said.
I want to get to this point.
The premise is cooler than the game, or at least,
The physics didn't really put me off. Like, I thought that was pretty cool that they actually pulled that off. Again, in my introduction to the game. Now, not to say that it's perfect. Obviously, we had a lot of criticism about trying to make a game with this sort of physics with Bone Labs and Boneworks. Like, we criticized it to death for the limitations and jank that having this kind of physics introduces into a game. But honestly, this is a kind of a weird situation where, like, I don't hear anybody saying anything particularly positive about it. But the things that are being said about it are that they have enough kind of leeway in them that I still kind of want to go back in and play this and see where it goes.
Like, I want someone to play my game for me to get me to the cool shit like this, and then I'll start playing it.
Yeah, there you go.
But
all right, fair enough. Let's move along in the interest of time. I'm going to let the people that really played these games kind of give their thoughts on them really quickly, and then we'll get to the point. We got two more. The first one is Rogue Pinatas, VRmageddon. This is a co-op based, I think it's like I don't know if exactly you call it a melee game. Roots, did you play Rogue Pinatas?
I did, and it doesn't. How do I say this? It shouldn't be as fun as it is. Like, I don't know. I ended up playing this thing for way longer than I thought. It's just crazy, but it's got a really good roguelike hook to it, right? And I didn't play multiplayer, but I did play quite a bit of the by myself, and I thought it was really cool.
So,
it's fun.
So it's like a roguelike wave-based thing. Where like you don't want to call it a wave shooter because you don't just shoot. You don't want to call it melee because you just kind of battle your way through these waves. But it is roguelike. You are taking on abilities and upgrades as you work your way through it. You can play it single player or co-op. Kind of family oriented in the tone and the content.
But not really.
But I think that's kind of not really.
But okay. I mean, it's tons of gore. Just cartoony one.
Gore. Is the gore blood or is it like fucking confetti and stuff?
Yeah, it's confetti, but it's
right.
It's severed head and stuff. So
it's family oriented gore.
Yeah, exactly. It's a zombie game that's family oriented.
There you go. Exactly. So, yeah, I don't think I've heard anybody say that they didn't have fun playing with this. Like, so, cards on the table. This is a Impact Reality client. We did some work for them. Like all of you, when I saw the premise for the game, I was like, not that interested. It seemed like more kind of like quest store type stuff. Pretty basic gameplay genre. We sent it to Upload VR. That's a great review on it. It says it's good. We put it through the Impact Labs. Everybody in the lab enjoys it. Says it's good. I give it to Looper and D, and they say it's good. So elaborate a little bit, Looper, here on why you enjoyed this game.
Yeah, the amount of enemies on screen is insane, and in order for the game to keep running when there is so many enemies, they have to pixelate it to the hell. But I don't care. When I'm in it, I don't care about the pixels. I care about surviving, because that's what you do here. You survive. Like the very first level, the goal is survive for 15 minutes in order for the boss to appear, and it's not easy. You're running around. You find those like circles where you have to stand for like 15 seconds to get like a super upgrade. And you get all those perks, you unlock weapons, you unlock abilities. It has very deep progression system, including cross-run progression. Yeah, different unlockable characters, and the way you unlock a character, you obtain their weapon and kill a certain amount of enemies with this weapon, and now you can start with it. So yeah, it's really a very huge amount of opportunities, and I only played single player, so I can only imagine how far it expands when you can do multiplayer and actually do like separation of concerns like tanking versus DPS, and I'm not sure if you can heal anyone, but yeah, tanking with versus DPS would be quite obvious, because there are perks like health regeneration and there are perks for damage. So yeah, it would be a good couple.
So we've got a fairly well thought out and designed roguelike game.
Yes.
That you can play with up to four players.
I have issues with calling it a roguelike because you do unlock levels and it's permanent. So
yeah, but you're still changing.
Like what's that? Starship Troopers,
You're
where you
still
have level
changing-
progression. Yeah.
Yeah, but you're still changing your stuff though, right? Like what you get, your speed boosts or any of that type of stuff.
Yeah. That doesn't persist. Yeah. So there is that. Yeah.
So a lot of variety here, tailored to different play styles. Even,
Right.
it's got a cool like premise, like as far as like it's zany, it's out there. Like there's fucking these pinatas are coming to life and raiding the neighborhood, and like you said, it's like if it were flesh and bone, it would be gory. But it's not, because of the premise. You can kind of get crazy and behead shit here, and it's not that crazy. D, what's not to like about this?
I am sorry, I will have to meet the delivery. I will be back in 10 minutes or so.
Okay.
Okay, we'll be wrapping it up by then.
Okay.
Yeah, go for it.
What was I gonna say? No, like I did not expect to like this game, but I do. Like, this is definitely a game that I can promise I'll go back into when I need to take some aggression out. Like if I've had a bad first half of my shift at work, I'm coming in here after. And yeah. taking the in.
Is it super
Taking up-
physical to play it? You know, like you work up a sweat.
No,
I mean, like, if you're, because you have the option for like a melee weapon, but there's also guns and stuff in here. So you, depending on what you choose, you could go with just melee and be swinging and John Wicking it all over the place. But you can also just go and choose the gun weapons, or, you know, those that shoot out, and you'll be fine. all
It's
about
not.
preference
I see.
on it.
it's not just the pinatas either, right? I was kind of
Yeah,
impressed with
no.
all the different types of enemies. Like it
There's
just even the first level, you had bees and like all sorts of things hopping around and doing different things than just
yep.
like here. We're only seeing these pinatas, right?
And then there's those giant ones, and then as once you get to that 15-minute mark, like Looper was saying in that first round, boss comes out, but guess what? Guess what's still spawning all freaking around you as you're trying to shoot this boss? The frickin' pinatas and the bees and frickin' everything else. So, but Looper had mentioned too those circles. So there's chests scattered around, and there'll be one for like 15 seconds. You're gonna get a smaller perk. Another one for 20. Okay, you'll probably get 2. You know, the larger the time. I think there was one for 30 seconds I seen on there, and then you get like 3 or 4 different things that you can, not that you choose from, but you get all of them. So that was pretty cool.
That sounds awesome. Tried to get in and time up a multiplayer session with you guys in this yesterday, and to some extent today, and kind of sad now that it didn't work out, because it sounds like it would have been a lot of fun. How do you think co-op's going to change your experience? Everyone had a fun single player experience in it. Is this something you feel like you can get in with a group and have a great time?
I think it could be, but I think it really is going to depend on whether the difficulty scales. If it scales and it's like
Then we'll-
significantly more difficult with 4 people and it's still chaotic, yeah, it's going to be really crazy. My
Great.
fear would be that 4 people, and if things are all the same, it might not have that same chaotic feel, like Looper was saying, where there's just tons of enemies everywhere and you're overwhelmed and you're getting swarmed, and you know, that would be the difference for me. So hopefully it scales difficulty wise.
So Looper's here, and I was just in the midst of starting to stall because I didn't want to go to the next game without Looper being here. Are you back now, Looper?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, cool. Did you get your delivery?
Yeah.
That just goes to show my perception of time. The 10 minutes just seems like
No,
too
it-
to me.
It was only
It was-
like a minute and a half, 2 minutes. He was
It didn't
quick.
take that long as I expected.
He was super quick.
I was about to say that's how we end up doing 6-hour episodes. Is like 10 minutes seem like 2 to me, and then before you know it, it's 6 hours later, and we're still talking about games. Last but not least, a game that I added to the list very late because I thought it looked cool. I basically chose this game completely on vibe. It has a really cool, like, old kung fu movie vibe to it, and that is Path of Fury Episode 1, Tetsuo's Tower. This is a melee game through and through, and episode based. As you can see, you're playing through a story. There's obviously planning on being more. I think there's B haptics integration in this. I want to say.
Nice.
It seems like a pretty serious formula for a melee game. But again, I did not play it, so I don't know how good it turned out to actually be. Roots, did you play this? I want to say this one you didn't play.
I went into it and I was so put off by the way the character models looked. I didn't even want to punch him in the face. I just got out. I was like, fuck. I just didn't like. I did not like the way it looked at all. And maybe it's amazing, but I just thought that it didn't look good.
Okay, fair enough. We'll go to Looper. Looper, what's the story with this? Is this any good?
Yeah. Well, it's like an arcade brawler. You block the punches, you punch at the points where the game shows you to punch, at the moment when it shows you to punch. So yeah, it's good at that, but the visuals, yeah, probably they are really imitating some old school kung fu movies, but what it ends up being is simulated mirror, because you have this film grain effect.
Oh, they put the film grain in there.
So, what? Sorry, what?
They use that film grain thing that so many flat games
so
use.
The scene is dark.
Yeah.
And they have flat grain, so it really does look like mirror, which you don't have on LED panel, of course. Yeah.
That sucks. And the flat games use that. They let you toggle it off. There's always an option.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't really have a lot of options, and the most lacking one is artificial tuning. Because if on the earlier level you are moving in a straight line, only forward, at some point in later levels they become branching, and you have to go left or go right, but you don't have artificial turning. There is only 180 turn, so you have to turn physically. And again, this is a punching game, so you have to have free space in all directions around you in order to be safe.
That's a bad formula for me, brother.
Yeah, so one thing you can do is recenter, but it's not so easy, because it doesn't just recenter in the direction that you are supposed to be going. It recenters you in the overall forward direction of the level. So if you are branching to the right, you have to first turn to the left, recenter, and then turn back forward in order to be facing right. And it all happens while you are being beaten by the enemies. So it's a real nightmare. What makes it worse is that at some point it kind of becomes kind of roguelike, I'm not sure, because first a couple levels you have like beaten the boss and it's a checkpoint, but then you have like 2 or 3 bosses without checkpoints. So if you lose after beating the second boss, you have to repeat everything from the one before. So yeah, it's really weird how it's structured in this way. But the core gameplay actually felt rather good for me. The punching, the blocking, yeah.
So it sounds like they've got a good concept. They've got a decent art direction, even though, you know, there are problems with the film grain and maybe low detail character models. But the overall kind of vibe of the environments and stuff is pretty cool.
Yeah, I would say so.
But they didn't quite execute. And this title hasn't found its potential. Because of like a bunch of little small things that add up to be frustration when you're trying to play. That's what I'm hearing here. D, anything to add to that?
Not really. I mean, I wasn't in this one for too long. That first person that they throw you at, seriously, like, scared me a bit. Like, he had some, like, jagged, wicked-looking teeth, and it was scary for me. So
He's like, I'm out, man. No teeth. It
wasn't just it, but, you know, I did scream maybe a little bit when they did that. But what they, you know, I'm sitting down, all right? So it said that you can adjust your, you know, and it said go to the menu, and then there's this option. I didn't see that option anywhere. To like reset my height in the game. And so I frickin' stopped because I can't reach up and frickin' slap a mofo from sitting down. And I
Hit him in the nuts.
nuts. But yeah, if somebody can tell me how to do that, I actually wouldn't mind going back into it. But I don't know.
Well, as I mentioned, there is no artificial turning, so there's no way to place it anyway.
Swivel chair.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a recipe. You know, some games are making it easier to not punch your TV by giving you mixed reality, and other games are fucking making it harder. You're like, dude, good luck not punching something when you're playing this game.
Yeah. Anyway, it looked cool. It looked like it had a cool vibe. At least the combat mechanics are on point when you've got somebody in front of you. Hopefully they can polish it up and kind of improve on some of these smaller things.
I also like how they throw multiple enemies at the same time at you. Like there could be 3 of them at some points.
Yeah, like
and you only
the
have 2
Ninja
hands.
game. What was it? Ninja. What was the Ninja game? Ninja Legends.
Yeah, I remember that one.
That was
that's
cool about that game.
That's one of my biggest pet peeves in games like this, where you get just a whole bunch of people coming at you, and then they stop and they come at you one by one, like real life. You know, they wouldn't all attack at one time.
They stand in line.
Yeah, they stand in line.
In fairness, though, the art direction of this game is made after the classic kung fu movies, and in those movies, there would be a whole circle of people with Bruce Lee in the middle, and they would come at him one at a time. Maybe they'll get froggy, and 2 of them will come at once, but they never all just jump on somebody. They have more respect than that. They're civilized.
That's true. I guess they are pretty civilized. So. Cool.
Anyways, that was the menu for Quest in March. We had The Living Remain, we had Hellsplit Arena, we had Deep Cuts, Rogue Pinatas, and Path of Fury. And obviously, with my level of experience, I'm going to recuse myself entirely from this, as I didn't really play any of them. I did play a little bit of a couple of them, but I didn't play enough of any of them to have an opinion here. So I go to let's start with the people that played the most of it. And Looper, we'll go first with you this time. What was your Quest game of the month?
For me, it's really between Hellsplit Arena and Rogue Pinatas, but I think Hellsplit Arena has the smallest of an edge.
Cool. And that makes sense, by the way. It's a established game that's been in early access for years and years and years on Steam until it finally semi-recently came out of early access. So it makes sense where that would have a little edge. D, what's your choice?
Rogue Pinatas for my game of the month for Quest.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, maybe one of the biggest surprises of the entire episode is just how good Rogue Pinatas turned out to be. You know, with the roguelike, roguelite progression that it has, and seriously crazy amounts of enemies on the screen at once, and the challenging gameplay, putting you through the ringer before you even see a boss. And then there's co-op, 4-player co-op in that, and it's family friendly enough that you can even play it with your kids, granted that they're not too young. So yeah, Roots.
I mean,
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Dave.
no, I was just gonna say, because that's only the first level with trying to last 15
Right.
minutes, and I died a lot, and I'm like, I shouldn't be dying in a game like this, so I'm like, it just kept going. So
Roots, what do you have for Game of the Month Quest?
I have to echo everything that Looper was saying. Like, I think it for me it comes between the two of Rogue Pinatas and Hellsplit Arena, and I have to give it to Hellsplit Arena just because it is the best arena game out there, and the Quest people are finally getting a chance to play it.
And it's a good port.
And
Yeah,
it's
that's important,
really
right?
good port. Yeah, and Blades and Sorcery, the game that people say is the best, sucks compared to this game. I think it's the best arena game out there, and I think it's just really good. But I do think Rogue Pinatas is right up there. If it wasn't for the fact that Hellsplit Arena was as good as it is, it would have absolutely been my choice, because it's just like it. I had two surprise games on here, and this is one of the reasons why we really should try to go into what we, even if it looks like something we might not like, because it shocks you sometimes. It's like like Gazzlers was also another game for me that I didn't expect to like, that it just had so much more depth than the games around it, that I loved it. So
Well, there you have it. Hellsplit Arena, the March 2025 MetaQuest Game of the Month, even though we did get a good fight of it, thanks to Rogue Pinatas being way better than anyone expected it to be. So the only question left now to ask is Hellsplit Arena so good that we should be talking about it in December as a Quest Game of the Year nominee?
it's good, but I don't see it beating Batman. But I mean, I guess it's not really necessarily.
Nothing's going to beat Batman.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to beat Batman. It has to beat Alien and Behemoth and.
That's true.
what else?
Batman was last year.
Medicine.
That's right.
Oh, that's true. I don't know if it's, I think somebody threw me off earlier by saying
And the
that.
Grim Lord and Shatters. So when we list all those, I think it kind of fits.
True.
Okay. Well, that is fair. Like, you put it up against some of these other titles that we've nominated, like Grim Lord. Certainly doesn't seem that unreasonable. So Looper nominates. Does anyone second?
Sure. Yeah, I'll second it.
All right. There we go. We have a new nominee. Just a sec while I make note of that. Boom. All right. So we got, out of the 6 categories that we have gone through here, we got 3 nominees for Game of the Year, which is good. Alien, Rogue Incursion, not so much a surprise there. Hitman, certainly no surprise there. Hellsplit Arena, hey, I mean, again, it's had years of polish put on it, and it's a good port to Quest of a PC title, so that's got to count for something.
Yep. You know what's weird is March was 1/4 of the time for February. We did it. 5 hours. We made it. We just right onto the fucking line, dude.
Yeah, 5-hour episode. This is what happens. This is what happens when our episodes are so infrequent that we have to do 2 episodes in one.
You're
this
right.
This is a double episode.
It's a
we're
double.
Doing 2 months of Game of the Month here. Hopefully, now we can get back on a schedule where we're doing at least 1 podcast episode a week. And then every 4th episode is a Game of the Month episode. And
Sounds like a perfect plan.
Yeah.
it always
Can't
sounds
stay up
good.
this late.
All right. So that's the plan going forward. We'll be back this weekend with some Wanderer impressions, and we will add another title into that as well. What was the title we were talking about earlier in the episode that might end up as a second title sometime? Anybody remember?
Second title where?
I was gonna say Wanderer, but that's the first title.
No, there was a game we were talking about, and we're like, well, we should have played this or played it more.
Exfil. Actually,
Yeah,
So,
Contractors Showdown. That I don't feel like that'll be this week because I feel like that's something we're going to want to put some extensive time. But we may start playing it this week so
Right.
that we can talk about it later. But yeah, again, I'll be on the air before this weekend doing gameplay streams. I'm going to knock out at least 2 of them before we do another podcast episode. But we will be back this weekend, or at least by next Monday, with another Strangers in the Night with Wanderer and then some other title in addition to that. Again, make sure you're subscribed. Ring the bell. I'm going to be going ham with these gameplay streams, so I can get them under my belt and start exploring this graphics card a little bit more. So I'm going to do exactly what I said I was going to do. I'm going to book the time slots. I'm going to put the show page up, and I'm just going to stick to it. And whatever the fuck else is going on that day, fuck it. We're going to stream. So that won't be tomorrow. We're taking tomorrow off. Well, maybe it will be tomorrow. This is this week. This is not next week. So yeah, maybe it will be tomorrow. Next Tuesday is my 25th wedding anniversary.
Oh wow. Yeah, you're not doing shit on that day.
So
You're
I
not
won't be
Mash
streaming
Daddy.
next Tuesday.
Mash would be streaming, fucking doing 5 different things.
Yeah. So yeah, maybe I will come back and stream something on here tomorrow night, but definitely not next Tuesday. And again, I want to get a couple of streams in before the end of the week. One of those is likely to be Legendary Tales, with some assistance from Without Parole brethren. So again, make sure you're subscribed. Make sure you ring the bell so you can be notified the next time we go live. Of course, if you want to do something more to support, we're on Patreon. I did upload the gameplay video from the last episode. The Hitman video is live on there right now for patrons, and I did record some more of those gameplays this week when I was preparing for this episode. So I've got a video for Ashen Arrows. I've got a video for, I think maybe Selina, Mind at Large, and there was another one that I recorded as well. I don't remember exactly which one it was, but I remember I recorded three of these videos. So we've got content coming for those of you who support on Patreon. It's just $3 per month, and really, I'm not going to say all the stuff that we normally give to patrons because I haven't been keeping that promise pretty much since we went on our break last year. But exclusive content, we got you on exclusive content. We'll give you exclusive gameplays, and then when we get back to like the regular episode cadence. Of course, we'll get back to sharing show notes and things like that like we used to. Of course, if you don't have money to support, we get it. Things are tight. Things are tough all over. That's why it's free to join the Virtual Strangers Discord. You'll find an invitation down below to join, and that's where we're at. That's where we hang out at. We're there lurking 24/7, 365. Talking about games, talking about other stuff, almost any other things. We're on there talking about it, hanging out day to day. People getting together, playing multiplayer. People sharing their gameplay streams. It's just a good community and of awesome people. And you don't have to take my word for it. Just click on it and you'll find out. People will greet you at the door, and if it sucks, you can leave. We don't make you stay. We let people leave. It's free to come in. It's free to leave. So,
We won't even know. You'll just disappear, and we won't even know you're not there anymore.
until you come back, which does happen.
That's
like people
true.
come back and we see them, we greet them, and I'm like, hey, weren't they in the Discord?
Yeah, I thought you were in here before.
Yeah, they were
Yeah.
in here before. Yeah. So, but that's it. That's our show. I want to especially thank Looper and D for doing it again this time. Honestly, we wouldn't be able to do Game of the Month if it weren't for you all. We don't have time to cover the games the way that they deserve, and if you guys weren't here, I just wouldn't go on with it. I would rather just not do these episodes than come on in here and pretend like I know what I'm talking about when I've only played a few minutes of the game. So thank you, Looper. Thank you, D, for being here. I really appreciate it. But that's it, guys. That is it for this episode. I want to thank everyone for staying up late and enduring this 5-hour monstrosity. We'll be back within 7 days with another episode. Until then, thanks again. Have a good night, everyone. For Roots and D and Looper, I'm Wes. We'll see you soon. Good night.
Take it easy.
Leaders.
Bye bye.